The search for Michael Vaughan continues. Michael went missing from his neighborhood in Fruitland in July of 2021. He was just 5 years old at the time. Law enforcement has spent the last year and a half investigating. But the Fruitland police chief says a credible tip led investigators to a home near Michael's neighborhood this weekend.
Crews are back out in Fruitland today searching for Michael Vaughan. Police believe his remains are in the backyard of a Fruitland home, and today is the 6th day crews are excavating the yard. Crews could be at the house on Red Wing Street for another week. This house is just 4 minutes from the Vaughn's home.
As you know, from the time Michael went missing, this has been an all-hands-on-deck investigation, and it remains very active and an ongoing investigation. You can't take one of our most precious citizens from us and ever expect us to stop. During the course of this investigation to date, we received credible information that the remains of Michael Vaughan could be found in the backyard at 1102 Red Wing Street in Fruitland. As a result, the Fruitland Police Department obtained a search warrant for the residence along with the front and backyards. That search warrant was served on November 11th. It was a Friday. We served that late in the evening. Upon entry, officers encountered Stacey Wondra, one of the known occupants of the home, and Sarah was subsequently arrested based on probable cause that she had knowledge of Michael's death and failed to report that death to law enforcement. The following day, the Fruitland Police Department, joined by the Idaho State Police, the Idaho Mountain Search and Rescue, the Fruitland Fire Department, and the Fruitland Public Works Department, began a very methodical excavation of the backyard of the Wondras' home. During that excavation process, the Idaho Mountain Search and Rescue, Mountain States detection dogs deployed multiple certified human remains detection dogs on the property, all of them alerting to the presence of human remains. Ground penetrating radar was also used and deployed, detecting anomalies in the backyard. We completed the excavation of the entire backyard and removed over 250 yards of dirt. Prior to backfilling the yard, the dirt was meticulously sifted for any potential human remains. We did not find Michael's remains. Although the remains of Michael Vaughan were not recovered, we strongly believe, based on evidence, that Michael was abducted and is deceased, and that his remains were buried and later moved from the property. As of today, the whereabouts of his remains are unknown. However, the investigation is active, fluid, and ongoing. Once the excavation was complete, we conducted a thorough search of the Wondras' residence. The search was productive, and additional investigative evidence was recovered and is currently being processed.
Evidence suggests that there are the following individuals who are currently in custody are involved in the abduction of Michael Vaughan. Stacey Wondra, 35 years old. Sarah lives at 1102 Red Wing Street in Fruitland and was living there at the time of Michael's disappearance. We believe that Sarah has firsthand knowledge and is involved in Michael's abduction. Stacey Wondra is currently being held at the Payette County Jail for failing to report a death to law enforcement. And Stacey Wondra, 30 years old, a male. Stacey was also living at 1102 Red Wing Street in Fruitland and was living there at the time of Michael's disappearance. We believe that Stacey has firsthand knowledge and is involved in the abduction of Michael Vaughan. Brandon Shirtliff, 30 years old, of Kuna, Idaho. Brandon was living with Sarah and Stacey Wondra at 1102 Red Wing Street at the time of Michael's disappearance, and we believe Brandon has firsthand knowledge of Michael's abduction. Adrian Lucien, 32-year-old male out of Toledo, Ohio. Adrian was staying with Sarah and Stacey Wondra at 1102 Red Wing Street at the time of Michael's disappearance, and we believe that Adrian has firsthand knowledge of Michael's abduction.
For Idaho News 6, I'm senior reporter Don Nelson outside the Payette County Courthouse and Jail, where Stacey Wondra sits in a jail cell. He is back in Idaho, accused of killing young Michael Vaughan.
You're pure evil. You have no heart. You have no soul.
Randy Neal, the mother of missing Fruitland boy Michael Vaughan, was in the courtroom Monday to face Stacey Wondra. Wondra is accused of murdering her then 5-year-old son in 2021. I asked Neal why she went to the courthouse on Monday.
So hopefully he could see my face. And I need to be at every one of the arraignments and the hearings. I need to know where my son is and what they did to him in the entirety.
Stacey Wondra is also charged with second-degree kidnapping and destruction of evidence. His charges were filed just 2 weeks ago while he was still in an Arizona prison on unrelated charges.
Stacey Wondra has been transported up from Arizona to Piatt County. He just arrived here this morning.
In 2022, Stacey Wondra and wife Sarah Wondra were named as suspects in the case. Stacey was already in custody, and Sarah was charged with failure to report a death. Police excavated the yard of their Fruitland home, but found no evidence, and Sarah's charges were dropped in 2023. Would you think you'll ever get the answer as to why?
No, because there is no answer to why. Why would somebody hurt an innocent little boy? What answer could you give? What answer could you possibly give? How scared was he? Did he ask for me? Did he ask for Tyler? I don't know. I don't know if I want to know that, but I think I deserve that.
Neil feels Monkey's presence with her every day and says Michael's younger sister talks to him all the time. Neil says her daughter learned at a very young age about the bad guys.
I think her last comment on the bad guys is the police can catch them and then she can kick them in the face. And I was like, okay.
Fruitland Police Chief J.D. Hupp told me he's limited in what he can say other than he is pleased to see this case progressing through the court system. Stacey Wondra is being held in Piatt County without bond. He is expected back in court for a status hearing on December 15th, followed by a preliminary hearing on December 16th. Idaho News 6 will be there. Reporting.
Hello, everybody. Welcome in. So glad to see you here at Missing PNW Crimes Revisited. My name is Samantha. It's November 18th, 2025, the day after Stacey Wondra had an arraignment, got read his rights, charged for first-degree murder, second-degree kidnapping, and destruction of evidence in Michael Joseph Vaughan's abduction and murder. Something very important that I want to address really quick. There is an Amber Alert here in Washington State for a 12-year-old Vanessa White and 8-year-old Audrey White, last seen off West Broadway in Montesano. I cannot. It's Motesano. Montesano at 6 a.m. with 40-year-old Carolyn in a 2014 black Subaru. If you see them, please call 911. If you see something, please say something. Please. These are two little girls. The Amber Alert was just released within the last 30 minutes. And as we speak, the Amber Alert is going off on my television about these girls here in Washington State. Again, Washington State Patrol has put out an Amber Alert for 12-year-old Vanessa White, 8-year-old Audrey White, last seen off West Broadway in Montesano at 6 a.m. with 40-year-old Carolyn in a 2014 black Subaru. Call 911 immediately if you see the Subaru, Carolyn, the girls, please. I wish I had a picture to share, but the Amber Alert, I tried clicking on it and it disappeared from my phone and I didn't get a picture. Welcome, welcome in, everybody. It's so glad to see you here. Thank you for coming in and giving support to Michael Joseph Vaughan and the Vaughan family. I know the family really appreciates everybody coming in, as do I. Thank you so much for coming in and supporting me here at Missing PNW. We are going to be going over John Matthias. He is a forensic psychologist that interviews Stacey Wondra from Hidden True Crime. Moderators, I did send the link for Hidden True Crime to all of you. If you could share that throughout the thing. Matter of fact, I better make a banner real quick. One second, so I can put the. I need to do this before I forget. Let me see. Hold on. Okay, that banner is made. Right. Okay, so that's done. Who do we have here today? I see Halo Art, one of my beautiful moderators. Sarah is here, another beautiful moderator. Thank you too for coming in. Rhonda, Yankee Kyle, Darzilla is here. Lana is here. Thank you guys so much for coming in. Hello, Shannon. Good to see you here. I had so many people ask me if I would go over this Hidden True Crime interview that John Matthias does, and I really, really wanted to see it, but it has been behind a paywall now for a while, but it is now public. Maud, good to see you. Thank you for coming. Mayhem is here. Nice to see some new familiar faces. I looked today as I was in my YouTube studio, and we have over 600 new subscribers. Thank you guys all so much for coming in and supporting Missing PNW. I really, really appreciate it. Sixth Sense is in the house. Mick Sporen from Scotland. We had somebody here, I believe it was from Germany earlier. Sally May is here. Thank you so much for coming in, everybody. I'm very, very interested to see this with you guys. I have watched some of it, but I have not watched all of it. And I'm curious to see John's work with Stacey Wondra, because, you know, Stacey Wondra he went around YouTube everywhere, lying, saying all kinds of stuff. And I just want to see if maybe Stacey can keep his couth a little bit or act right. I don't know what I'm expecting, honestly. But his life, Stacey Wondra talks about his life. He talks about his real parents, his adopted parents, his siblings, how his mother and father passed away from drug overdoses. So there's a lot of information to learn about Stacey Wondra, and there's only one way to talk about a suspect in a case, and that's to get to know them. That was my reason for talking on the phone and text messaging back and forth with Brandon Shirtliff as long as I did, as nauseous as it made me. You only get to know a person, you know, if you talk to them. And I think we're going to get to know Stacey Wondra a little bit better after watching this interview. Rizzo in the house, Jupiter Tarot and Astrology. Thank you so much for coming in. It's great to see you. Hair Curlers in Crime is here. Thank you, hun, for coming in. Best YouTube name on the streets. Mama B is here. Thank you, lovely friend, for coming in. Maggie is here. Thank you for coming in. I believe Bubba is here. He's another person, I believe, from Scotland too. Yes, Bubba. Karen is here. Thank you so much for coming in. I saw somebody else here. I think I saw KB was here. We got Angel Girl. Hello, hello. Born to Survive is here. Thank you so much for coming in. John and his wife Lauren are great. They covered the horrific monsters, the Chad and Lori Daybell case. Oh yeah, that was really good. I hope they will offer their support to the Vaughan family in the upcoming trial. Brandy Vaughan has actually been on their show. I went over that a little bit before when we were just going over all the different interviews with Stacey, all the ones with Brandon Shurtleff. And then we did, we looked at the interviews with Tyler Vaughan when Chris Madonna went to Idaho, and we went over Brandy Vaughan speaking with Chris Madonna on his channel. There's so many interviews with parents and suspects. And I know Hidden True Crime has a playlist for Michael, so you can always go check that out, as do we here. You can find Michael Vaughan Case Revisited Facebook group in the description of all of the lives that I do. You can also find his playlist. I actually need to add some of the last couple of lives to the playlist. Oh my goodness, so many people. So many people. That's good. I have hot tea ready. I have a pen and paper, because I will be writing timestamps down in case I see anything, because who knows if John got Stacey to slip up or not. So if you guys want to join me in doing that, you can even say something in chat and be like, oh my God, Sam, stop, rewind, or whatever. If I see your comment, I will. If I don't, let me know. Comment after the show. Hey, check out this timestamp. I would really appreciate that, because I think it's important to go over the leakage from these suspects. And they leak a lot, and they leak a lot. So I just think that that is very important. Jemima is here. Thank you so much for coming in. And Halo Art is already throwing up the link for Hidden True Crime. Thank you so much for doing that. I really appreciate it. It's important to give credit where credit is due, and I am very excited to go over that. I'm also very excited to share something with you guys, because it was my first time seeing it. Hold on one second. I gotta get to my phone so that I can read this to you guys. Did you guys know that Stacey Wondra was a travel agent? Did you guys know this? Have any of you guys ever seen this? Stacey Wondra. My name is Stacey. I'm 27 years old. I am married, happy, and complete with my life. I am a professional travel agent working for a major #1 leading travel agency. Stacey Wondra. Hi, everybody. Looking to travel? Have a hard time making time planning your trip? Allow me to ease you of the struggle and the hassle and become your certified travel agent, working for a well-known travel agency known as Evolution Travel. Click the link to check it out. What? Check the link. I can't. Evolution Travel Headquarters. This was interesting. 6671 Las Vegas Boulevard, South Suite D210, Las Vegas, Nevada 89119. Archer Travel Group Headquarters in Foothill Boulevard, Los Centralia, California. And this is in 2020. What? And then he even shows his certification. He's a certified. And it says Wondra's Hemp Incorporated. What the hell? Oh, goodness gracious. In Las Vegas, I found was very interesting, you guys, okay? And in California, again, we're seeing lots of traveling. We know what goes on in Las Vegas. Go to Las Vegas, stay in Las Vegas. Everything stays in Vegas. Why? Because it's Sin City, you guys. All of the S is there. You can watch the billboards as they go by on trucks selling women. I mean, it doesn't get any worse than Vegas when it comes to the S world. Even trafficking. This cracked me up. This is the reason why I enjoy having my Facebook group. Somebody came into my Facebook group and posted that in there. You can come into the Facebook group and post Michael Vaughan Case Revisited. The link is in the description of this show and all my other shows. I can't. Oh my gosh, I can't. This whole are you serious right now? I have to, you guys. I have to do it again. My name is Stacey. I'm 27 years old. I'm a married, happy, and complete with my life. I am a professional travel agent working for a major #1 leading travel agency. Hey everyone, looking to travel? Have a hard time making time planning for your trip? Allow me to ease you of the struggle and hassle and become your certified travel agent. Working for a well-known travel agency known as Evolution Travel. Click the link to check it out. Oh, Stacey. Their scams and their bullshit, I am serious, go way too far. They just go way too far. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Lauren, for coming in. Hidden True Crime. I also interviewed him a day after John did. If you go to 134 through 135, Mark Online, he talks about the duffel bag. It is chilling listening to it back. You know what? After the show, I'm going to link this, and Lauren, I will also link yours. Now I remember, because I did watch yours, but I have not watched John's. Thank you so much for coming in, Hidden True Crime. You have done amazing. Your interview that you did with Brandy was amazing. You guys have just done a great job covering Monkey's case. And, I'm happy when anybody covers Michael's case. I live right here in Washington State and didn't even know who Michael Vaughan was when I first started covering his case. And that's just really sad because Idaho's right next to me. So thank you so much, Lauren or John, whoever that was from Hidden True Crime, coming in. I really appreciate that very, very much. Thank you. I appreciate that. I love the Vaughan family. They have absolutely been so welcoming to me, bringing me in. I just feel truly blessed to work closely with them. Thank you. Thank you for coming in. Michael Joseph Vaughan was abducted July 27th, 2021 in Fruitland, Idaho, in his neighborhood by four monsters, four named suspects that also lived in Michael's neighborhood. Stacey Wondra, Sarah Wondra, Adrian Lucian, and Brandon Shirtliff. Stacey has now been extradited back from Arizona to Idaho. He was arraigned yesterday. Brandy Vaughn was there. She said she wanted to see him face to face. He was in a Zoom, but she was there. And she was there to let him know, I'm going to keep showing up and I'm here. I'm a pissed off mom, and Michael Vaughan deserves justice. And I'm going to make sure that I'm going to get it. I'm going to get justice for my son. Brandy Vaughn is an unstoppable force. You can help. You can help. If you have any information about Michael Vaughan's abduction, if you know anything about the four suspects, if you know somebody that knew the suspects, you can remain anonymous if you're scared. Or you can grab a friend and go to the Fruitland Police Department if you're close by. But you can definitely bring some peace to the family, or you could even help put all the puzzle pieces together in Michael Vaughan's case. And the tip line for the Fruitland Police Department is 208-642-6006, or you can email findmichael@fruitland.org. Remember, only law enforcement can decide if your tip is credible. There is a reward over $50,000 for anybody bringing information to law enforcement to help resolve or find Michael Vaughan. And you can remain anonymous. Again, the tip line phone number is 208-642-6006, or you can email findmichael@fruitland.org. Remember, you're helping a 5-year-old little boy and his family. Please, if you have any information, call that tip line. Call that tip line. Okay, on a little serious note there, because I laughed so hard with this travel agent stuff. I couldn't do it, you guys. All the family wants is Monkey to come home. One of the suspects to tell them where Michael Vaughan is so they can lay him to rest and get a little bit of peace. There's never going to be any closure when something like this happens. But, all we can do is hope and pray that one of the suspects will come forward and talk, and, continue to pray through a very difficult time. Court's not going to be easy. This is not going to be easy. I already put up one news report. I want to talk about something else really quick, because Adrian and Brandon are being mentioned much, much more these days in the news since Stacey's arraignment and the probable cause affidavit was released. A lot. And I really like how the news is starting to talk about the probable cause affidavit and what's in it, because that information is important. There are a lot of specifics. And I want to show you guys, which one was it? This is one of the ones that I noticed that really talk about Brandon and Adrian that I wanted to show with you guys. So Adrian, if you're out there somewhere in Indiana or anywhere else, law enforcement's talking about you. So is the news. Listen up, Adrian Lucian and Brandon Shirtliff.
We have a lot of new details coming in the case of missing Fruitland boy Michael Monkey Vaughan. Now, a probable cause affidavit is laying out some of the disturbing details that police say motivated their arrest of suspect Stacey Wondra. The PCA says Stacey Wondra asked police for a, quote, deal, and then admitted to them that Michael was at his house the night he went missing. Stacey telling police his wife, Sarah, was involved in putting Michael into a duffel bag and taping his mouth shut. Police say Stacey vomited as he told them these details. And according to those documents, Stacey said it was the idea of a third individual, Adrian Lucian, to take a child and sell them for money. And per Stacey's interview with police, a fourth individual, Brandon Shirtliff, he had the idea to take Michael to his mother's home in Kuna. According to the police interview, Stacey said it was Shirtliff who brought Michael inside that home and hid him in a spare room. Now, our team has been working to uncover more details outlined in this PCA all day. So we are going to have more details for you on that on our website, idahonews6.com. We have a lot of new.
And if you guys want that probable cause affidavit, you can also go to that Facebook, Michael Vaughan Case Revisited, and I have posted it up without watermarks, so it's available to anybody that wants to read it in private, because I know that the information in it is sensitive and hard to read. Protect your mental health always. I should have given a little bit of trigger warning. I forgot that there were a lot of details in that, but let's put up another news broadcast because Stacey Wondra was arraigned yesterday, and that is very, very good news.
Thanks for being with us on the news at 4. I'm Joe Paris. We'll start with our top story. The man accused of kidnapping and killing Michael Vaughan is back in the state of Idaho. He appeared in a Payette County courtroom this morning. Our Aspen Shumpert was there for Stacey Wondra's arraignment. She joins us live outside the courthouse. Aspen, we know that court records were finally unsealed today, detailing new information about the case.
Right, that's right, Joe. And those documents were released to the public today because he did appear in court. We're going to get to that in just a minute. But first, look at Stacey Wondra's booking photo from the Payette County Jail. He appeared today, like I said, again, this is where he's being held in the Payette County Jail without bail after being extradited back to Idaho from Arizona, where he was serving time for unrelated charges. Wondra appeared virtually from jail for his 10-minute arraignment today. He's charged with first-degree murder, second-degree kidnapping, destruction of evidence, and a persistent violator charge. As we previously reported, law enforcement served Wondra's arrest warrant related to the disappearance and death of then 5-year-old Michael Vaughan. He went missing in July of 2021 from outside his home in Fruitland. As Joe mentioned, a newly released probable cause affidavit filed in June lays out the interviews following Michael's disappearance. Again, during these initial searches, police say canines tracked Michael sent to the fence line of the home where Stacey Wondra, his wife Sarah, and their 2 roommates, Brandon Shirtliff and Adrian Lucian, lived. All 4 of those individuals have been named people of interest in Michael's disappearance. One of Michael's neighbors told police they saw Michael riding a bike outside of the Wondra's home the day that he disappeared. Another neighbor said they saw that same tricycle at the Wondra's home during a garage sale months before Michael disappeared. The Wondras initially denied any involvement, but then in November of 2022, Stacey asked to meet with investigators. The PCA states Stacey claims he was home the night Michael was allegedly abducted and saw Sarah carrying Michael into the house. Stacey allegedly told police it was Adrian's idea to take a child to sell for money, and they would get a $10,000 cut. Stacey claims Sarah told everyone to, quote, follow her lead. Stacey told investigators they took him to Brandon's mother's home in Kuna that night, where they left Michael overnight. Stacey claims the other 3 returned to Brandon's mom's house the next day and brought Michael back to the Wondra's home in Fruitland. Stacey told police Michael was not alive, and Sarah and Adrian buried him in the Wondra's backyard. 2 days after Stacey's interview with police, they executed a search warrant and excavated the Wondra's backyard. The affidavit says cadaver dogs alerted to the same area where Stacey told detectives Michael's body was buried, but to this day, Michael has not been found. Law enforcement hasn't announced charges related to Sarah, Brandon, or Adrian. Now, Michael's mom, Brandy Neal, was in the courtroom today for today's hearing. She tells me that she is happy that Stacey is back in Idaho and hopes he will tell them where Michael is. She thanked law enforcement and the prosecutor and urged anyone who knows anything to contact law enforcement so they can bring Michael home. Joe, today the judge did set a preliminary hearing for Stacey Wondra back here at the courthouse on December 16th. We will continue to cover this years-long case and give you updates along the way.
Lots.
I had to mute myself. I looked over at my husband and said, babe, guess who was just in my chat? I freaked him out. He thought I don't know who he thought came in. And I was like, Hidden True Crime just came in chat and was commenting. That's great, because I love Lauren and John and Chris Madonna. I love all their work, and I was just so starstruck. I'm like, babe. Anyway, I'm still laughing about it, but all of the new news reports mentioning Brandon, mentioning Adrian, mentioning Sarah, it's been Stacey all year long, because he's, of course, because we have leaked footage of him talking to law enforcement when he's FaceTiming with Chris Madonna. All of the stuff's been coming out, and he's the one wandering all around all over YouTube. So it's been Stacey. And it's just been really exciting to see Sarah, Brandon, and Adrian being mentioned, because they are also named suspects. And Adrian Lucian is the only one out on the streets right now. There are 3 of them incarcerated. 2, like Sarah and Brandon, on unrelated charges to Michael, but Stacey is in. And I was even thinking about that 4th charge where it was talking about what was it? There was a 4th charge that they mentioned yesterday. Somebody messaged me and told me, I wonder if that's like a 3 strikes you're out thing, because Stacey Wondra keeps getting in trouble. Let me see if I can find it on my phone real quick. Since I mentioned it, I better talk about it, right? Because I still have everything on here. It was okay. Persistent violator. I looked up persistent violator and didn't see anything, but we know Stacey Wondra is a persistent violator, a felon, and breaking felony laws as a persistent violator. The 3 strikes you're out laws does apply in Idaho. I did look that up, and it does apply there. So I'm wondering if that could be part of that. I'm not sure. I'm just talking about it. But yeah, I thought that was kind of interesting, and I really appreciate the person that came into the comment section after the live yesterday and pointed that out, because I was looking at it. Little Shirley is in the house. Shirley is a beautiful name. I love it. It was my grandmother's name, which means he has a violent past with the police. Yes, he does. All right, you guys. I don't know how long it's going to take. Avi in the house. Thank you, love, for coming in. Sins and Secrets. Hello. Thank you for coming in. I think you're new here. I've never seen you before. Thank you for coming in. Let me just see real quick. Hold on a second. Oh, I didn't mean to skip your super chat. I'm so sorry. You know what? I will let you know right now that the super chats do not show up on my computer, which is what I look at while I'm doing my lives. They only show up on my telephone for some reason, and my telephone sits to the side, but I really do appreciate that very, very much. And since I didn't tell you thank you yesterday, I want to thank you now, and let's dance in our seats. I really do appreciate that. Okay, so I am ready to share my screen and go over, I don't know, like I said, I want to go over this and see this. I'm very, very excited. I've only seen little bits and pieces. I have not gotten through it all, and I'm excited to do it with all of your eyes and everything else. So let me share my screen. We're going to get it up here and throw it up. Again, he is a forensic psychologist. When I was looking him up earlier today, I was just wowed by all of his work. Dr. John is a licensed clinical and forensic psychologist with over 25 years experience in both clinical and forensic work. He has performed over 500 forensic and psychological evaluations and risk assessments for the courts since 1996. Oh my gosh, that makes me feel so old. Assessing the risks for violent and sexual, we know what S is, sexual, for both adults and juveniles. He serves as an expert witness for the federal government, and he has consulted on numerous high-profile cases for district attorneys' offices and defense attorneys in several states. So I am so glad he did this. I am. Let me put up a banner here. Moderators, please, throughout going through this, just please share Hidden True Crimes channel. They have a playlist for Michael Vaughan. They have had Brandy on their show. They have had Stacey on their show. And we're going to listen and talk about what we hear, because the best way to get to know a suspect is to really get to know them, right? And that's what we're about to do. Okay.
Yeah. So I'll take it over from here. So I think, Stacey, I had mentioned to you earlier that it's important for me to kind of get to know the person that I'm talking to and I'm interviewing. And so you would be no exception to that. If you don't mind me, so that's what I'm going to do. I'm not going to ask you a single thing about the crime for quite a while, until I feel like I kind of have a better understanding of you. And then once I feel comfortable that you've told your story, then I would like to use you as a guide to kind of walk me through the crime and the situation. And obviously I don't honestly know a huge amount about this. Lauren knows a lot more than I did since she covered it from the beginning. But so I'm gonna rely on you to kind of help us understand, or help me understand what's going on. And I know you were mentioned at a press conference, why you came up at the press conference, those types of things. So, but let's just start. Let's start with.
I just want to say I have a pen and paper ready. I'm going to be writing down timestamps. If you guys see anything, if you hear any leakage, please let me know in chat. I do have my phone on me. I'm watching chat as we go through this. So just let me know. And if I do not see it during the live, write a comment out after the live. Credit going out to John and Lauren Matthias from Hidden True Crime.
The beginning, like, where were you born?
Merced, California.
Okay. And then how long did your family live there?
So biological parents deceased. My mom died in May 2003. Dad died before I was born of they both died of drug overdoses.
Okay.
I was
what do you mind me asking when you were born? I know from the
September 12th,
Okay.
1992.
Okay. So you're 20. I mean, I'm
31.
sorry, 30. You would be 30, 31?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so your dad died before 1992?
Correct. I think he died in 91, late 91, if I'm not mistaken.
So very close, just before you were born. Okay. And you said they both died from drug overdoses?
Correct.
Okay. When did you learn that, by the way? When did you learn that your father passed away from a drug overdose? Did you know that as a child?
No, at a later age, like when I could start understanding things. I think probably when I was like 8 or 9.
Okay. And so your mom would have died your mom would have died after you understood that, around 8 or 9. Your mom would have died not too long after that.
Mm-hmm.
So you would have been roughly 11-ish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So when I hear that, I'm sorry.
What I said as I was muted, I'm sorry you guys, was that we're already learning that Stacey Wondra, real parents, both passed by drug overdose, and that his father even passed before he was born. And it's information like this that you learn that really helps you understand a person. I mean, being that young, not, being raised by your father, having your mom pass at an early age, very significant in Stacey Wondra, his mental health, moving forward.
That happened to you. First of all, that's a tough road for anyone to experience. How did that affect you as a child?
It didn't really affect me a whole lot because I didn't really grow up knowing who my mom was. I just knew about her.
Okay.
When I was younger, I guess this is just what I'm told by my adoptive mom that I have now, that she remembers specifically a time when I was a baby. I had brought in like a toy to my biological mom when I was staying at my grandma Jean's house. And my mom literally grabbed the toy and threw it across the room and pushed me on the floor. So it just wasn't a good situation. She was not in a position to, really take care of me at all. She was just strung out on drugs all the time and alcohol. And
yeah. Just out of curiosity, do you know, so obviously you mentioned alcohol, but What do you know? What drugs your mom was using?
I believe it was pretty much all of them. You know, meth, coke, heroin.
Okay.
I mean, you name it. I think she was on it. So, which
So
back
then
then I think they all had different names, but
yeah. So then in 2003, she died from an overdose.
Mm-hmm.
And what was this in California, by the way?
Correct.
Okay. Was it in the same area, Merced?
I believe so. I'm not exactly 100% sure. Modesto area, I think, or something like that.
Okay. I guess I'm asking because I'm curious to know if were you guys, because of the drug situation with your mom, were you moving around a lot?
No, I was adopted when I was 13 months or 17 months old. I'm sorry.
Okay.
And to my
So he was only 17 months old when he was adopted. So he was just a baby. Just a baby. Almost 2. So a little over a year and a half old.
wonderful mom and dad now, or
Okay.
I still have today, and then Sergio and Tammy.
Those are your adoptive parents, Sergio and Tammy?
Correct.
Okay. So, all right. So I made the assumption that you were with your mom during those early years, but I guess so. Your mom obviously must have been having serious enough drug problems to be in the CPS system.
Correct.
So that you were then placed with an adoptive family at 17 months.
Correct.
Okay. Gotcha. So your relationship with your mom would have been very limited as a child.
Very, very limited. She wasn't in a position to do anything or take care of me at all.
Okay. Gotcha. She saw you very little too, or did you see her a little bit, or?
I have pictures of her and my dad when they were together, but I don't remember ever meeting them. I was too little, you know.
Okay.
When it comes to dog food, it always feels like you can choose fresh and healthy or easy to store and serve, but never both. Well, not anymore. Thanks to Sundays, you can finally have both. Sundays is fresh, air-dried dog food made from clean, highest standards, 100% code hidden at checkout.
You told the story about the toy, but that was before you were adopted?
Yes.
Okay. So you don't ever recall actually meeting your mother then? Okay. After you were adopted, you really never had any relationship with her?
Correct.
Okay. What are your thoughts about that now when you think about it?
I'm very thankful for the family I have now.
Okay. And so tell me about your adoptive parents. Were they in California then when they adopted you?
Yeah. My mom and Sergio used to own a restaurant in Escalon, California called the Steak and Eggs.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, Oakdale, California.
Okay.
And that's how, so the way I was introduced to my adoptive mom, it's kind of a neat story. I was staying with my biological grandparents, my grandma Jean and Papa Wayne.
Okay.
And they brought me in to have something to eat at the restaurant. They went to go have something to eat. I was too little.
Mm-hmm.
And I was kind of rambunctious, you know what I mean? I was always, you're really anxious as a kid, you know what I mean? Like always had to be doing something.
Okay.
And my mom was the waitress at the time, Tammy.
He still seems to this day to be a little bit anxious to me, because I'm always noticing when he's being interviewed by anybody on YouTube and talking, he's constantly moving. And even though we don't like to see him spitting, chewing, moving, looking to the side, looking out the window when he's doing interviews in the cars, just constantly moving around. He, even when he's doing interviews, will check his phone, get on his phone, forget that he's being interviewed, kinda. It's super rude to me. Yeah, he is always fidgeting around. So he does have a lot of like really nervous tics.
That's who worked at the restaurant, the owner. And she asked if she could hold me. And Grandma Jean and Papa Wayne were like, absolutely. And my mom held me, and I guess long story short, I buried my face in her neck and I fell asleep.
Okay.
And it just touched her. And that's at that point when they started talking about getting guardianship of me.
Okay.
Mayhem, that is a very good question. I wonder if he was born addicted. By the sounds of it, with his father passing before he was born, and then, his mom shortly thereafter, if his father was doing drugs and stuff, I mean, in my opinion, I feel the same way. I feel like maybe he was. And of course, he says that he has the fetal alcohol syndrome. So, yeah, there's a lot definitely going on there. And I believe she was probably addicted to some things as she was pregnant.
Okay.
So that's kind of how that played out.
Okay, yeah. And did they have any children of their own at that point?
They had Megan and Miranda, but they were super young. They were young. But I'm the youngest out of them.
Yeah. Okay. So you have two.
I have a lot of I have, let's see, biological side. I have Bradley, Randy, Caleb, and Jocelyn, and me. So there's 5 of us biologically. Adoptive side, it goes Sergio and Tammy had Megan and Miranda.
Okay.
And then Sergio and Tammy got divorced when I was 8 as well. And then Jerry came in the picture, who is her husband now.
Okay.
And he had 5 kids of his own. He had Jake, Jerry, Jennifer, Mike, Ronnie. Those 5.
So after when Tammy remarried Jerry, they had 5 more kids in addition to. So you have.
Oh no! Jerry had 5 of his own kids before he got married to his mom.
Okay, so Jerry, when Jerry married Tammy, he brought in 5 kids from previous relationships.
Yeah, but they stayed in California.
Okay.
We were living in Montana.
Okay.
We moved up to Montana. Sorry, I guess I should have got to that.
So there was 5 kids and plus 2, so there's 7, 8 kids, siblings. That is a lot of children to take care of. I had 3, and I mean, 3 was a lot to take care of. My oldest has 3, my youngest has 2, my son has 1. But I mean, yeah, to have, like, I have 6 grandbabies, and I couldn't even imagine of taking all 6 at once. That's a lot of children.
Moved up to Montana when I was 3 years old.
Okay. What was that, to open a restaurant up there, or what?
No. just to move to another state because my grandma and grandpa, who on my mom's side, my adoptive mom's, her mom and dad lived in Montana.
Okay. So, all right. So you're in Oakdale. You're born in Merced. You're in Oakdale for a period of time. You're adopted at 17 months. At 3 years, Sergio and Tammy moved to Montana. Then they get divorced when you're 8. She remarries Jerry, who has 5 kids. He's in Montana.
Correct.
Okay. And tell me a little bit about your relationships with your adoptive, I don't know if I'm saying this right, but your adoptive siblings. So Megan, Miranda, and then Jerry's 5 kids. How did you get along with them?
It was a rough go around from Megan and Miranda. Jerry's kids, I didn't really have a lot of interaction with because they were already grown pretty much.
Okay. But Megan and Miranda, not so great.
I was needy as a kid. I developed a lot of behavioral issues when I was younger.
Okay.
I required a lot of attention. My mom sacrificed the girls to make sure to, and sacrificed her work and everything like that, to attend to me and to attend to my needs. I was diagnosed at a young age. I was tested 4 different times neuropsychologically for mental disabilities. They call it neurocognitive disorder now.
Okay.
But I was diagnosed at a younger age with fetal alcohol syndrome, Asperger's, or autism is what it was called at the time. Intermittent explosive disorder, or IED.
Okay.
Bipolar.
Okay.
And then that was when I first got tested. And then growing up, I got tested when I was like 10 or 11.
Okay.
Again,
So that was all like before the age of 10?
Correct.
I assume maybe, were you medicated for the bipolar?
Bipolar disorder, intermittent explosive disorder, his fetal alcohol syndrome, all of those combined are just huge. The explosive disorder, that is something that people can have, and it just causes you, like, you get so upset, so frustrated, aggravated, whatever it is, very easily. And basically, just like it says, explode with anger over things. Explode with anger over things. Bipolar disorder, depending on what kind of bipolar disorder, he could have suffered from bipolar, depressive side of it. He could be like a manic with, constantly your mood is shifting so much. 1 minute you're happy, 1 minute you're angry, 1 minute you're sad. Your emotions just go all over the place. And sometimes you become so manic, you shop out of control. Shopping, spending money, you have no control over making simple decisions. And there's even personality disorders that can come from bipolar disorders as well. Hanging out with people, say the person that you hang out with says dude like every other word, all of a sudden you're saying dude all the time. Or say that the person that you hang out with is constantly moving their hand around, and then all of a sudden you're moving your hand around. there's a lot of Stacey Wondra had a lot going on, has a lot going on.
Yeah, they had me on medications a lot when I was younger.
Okay.
If I remember right, it was like Adderall, Strattera, just some other psychiatric meds. I don't lithium and
Right. Okay. So some of that sounds like did some of that might sound like a little bit of ADHD, but maybe the bipolar kind of coincides with some of that.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm good now. Sorry, I'm
That's
stuck
okay.
over my cold.
Yeah. So you were saying that, so that was before age 10, and then you were saying around 11 you went in for more testing, and were there more diagnoses to come after that?
No, it was just, it actually got progressively better. When I first got tested, my IQ was 57.
Okay. Before 10, you mean?
Mm-hmm. I was tested, my first time getting tested was like 4 years old or 5 years old.
Okay.
And then my second testing was like 10 or 11, and my IQ went up to like 60. Same diagnoses. I got tested again in 2000 and
His IQ being low makes sense, especially if he's more on the anxious side. It could be hard for him to learn and have, learning disabilities that, of course, would bring down your IQ. I don't know if everything that he is saying about himself is true or not. I don't think that anybody would say this kind of stuff about themselves if it wasn't true, but who knows? We know Stacey is a pathological liar, but combined, all these mental illnesses add up to a very unstable person. Very unstable person.
like 2018.
Okay. So recently.
I'm sorry, not 2018. I'm sorry. 2014. When I was in the group home.
Okay. And what do you remember what they said?
Yeah, I mean, I tested when I was in the group home. My IQ went up from 60. The last IQ was at 60, and then it went up to 70.
Okay.
And then the most recent test I did was back in October of last year, and I think my IQ jumped up to like 75 or 80.
Okay. So, what was the testing that you had done last year?
Good point being brought up in chat is the fact that even when a person has a lot of mental health issues, disorders, whatever, Stacey Wondra knows right from wrong. I don't believe that he's setting himself up in any way, shape, or form to try to, go into court and say, hey, I'm mentally unstable or whatever, because the state of Idaho doesn't allow anybody to do that anyway. So they're just going to send him somewhere, get him on some medications, and bring him right back, just like they did Sarah Wondra. I think if anybody tries to do that or says anything like that, it's going to be Sarah. And that's my opinion, and my opinion only. But, yeah, I don't know. He was in a group home, Shannon, because his adopted mom couldn't handle him anymore. She tried everything she could to keep him out of trouble. It got to the point where he was fighting, arguing. There were even talk about maybe some abuse with siblings. I did a very, very, very big deep dive on Stacey Wondra a long time ago when I first started working on this case and I looked up this mental, not mental, it was oh my goodness, I can't remember, the developmental facility is what it was called. And yeah, his adopted mom had to do something. Like you heard Stacey Wondra say, like, I needed a lot of attention. He was getting into trouble all the time. He was lying all the time to his adopted mom. And yeah, it just got to the point where she couldn't control him in the house anymore. The sisters, why does this keep coming up? This is not supposed to keep. I have to fix this, you guys. Anyway, sorry. There was a lot going on at home and she couldn't control him anymore. Before I continue, I need to stop sharing my screen because I need to take care of something real quick. Hold on. I thought I had this fixed before I came in live, but messages that people are sending me are still showing up. I don't want. How do we take this away? Let me turn this off. Settings. I'm sorry, you guys. I have to do this. I cannot have people's text messages showing up during my live. Says don't want to yeah, I don't want that right now. Didn't text me from my mobile device. Turn that off. Okay, that was under features. Sorry, you guys. I'm a freaking dinosaur. Everybody knows it. If you've hung around for a little while, I'm new to computers and everything, just from starting to do lives. I'm sorry for the interruption, but I cannot have my messages being seen. Here we go. Sorry, you guys. I think I fixed it.
Where'd that come from? Sorry, save that. Send that to me. I'm sorry. What was the what?
Yeah, what were they? Why were they testing you in October of 2023?
For my court hearing, my federal court hearing, my lawyer wanted to get a current neuropsychological evaluation,
Okay.
to help with my court hearing.
Were they looking at competency then, or what was the issue?
No, not competency. They just wanted, because they wanted to just determine whether or not, just to see, if I'd be fit, if I'm fit for prison, if I had to go or whatnot. It was just, and my lawyer just wanted to get something up to date because it had been a few years. So,
okay, gotcha. Tell me about you mentioned intermittent explosive disorder that was diagnosed when you were pretty young. Has that continued? Has that stayed with you
No.
over the years, or no?
Halo Art put up the link for Stacey is in danger to himself and others video that I did live that has a lot of information about Stacey Wondra, his criminal history, and his past when it comes to staying in that developmental facility, what happened there, why he left there, how the state shut it down. It's actually a lot of really good information if anybody ever wants to go check it out.
Oh,
It's no longer a thing even. Like, they don't have that diagnosis.
so that was dropped later. That was dropped like in your
Like
teenage
the
years.
second time I got tested, yeah.
Okay, so at age 11,
Mhm.
were you as a child then? It sounds like you had some anger.
Yeah, I was angry as a child, and a lot of it prevailed when my parents got divorced,
Okay.
and I wasn't ever like violent. I mean, I was violent, but I was violent in a different way. I wasn't ever violent against somebody, but I would destroy my own stuff or like break CDs or, sometimes break pens or throw things against the wall, just I would snap.
Okay. But that did not continue past age, let's say,
No,
11.
no.
Okay.
I was in group homes.
The snapping, he stopped snapping. I don't even feel like it's true. Like Shannon's pointing out, look how he treated Brandy up on the live. We've seen him lose it on Brooks when he was over on Crime Lines and Lives doing his interviews with her. We have seen Stacey snap a couple of times. And I've heard, of Stacey's snapping, getting angry. Like, Sarah wasn't the only one being abusive from what I understand. They were abusive to each other. So this anger issue that he had or has continued, in my opinion.
From 11 to 23.
For what reason?
Just because that I needed help, and I knew I needed help, and it was just becoming too much on my mom, and my sisters, and it was hard for me to go to group homes, but in the long run, I don't regret it at all.
Okay.
It made me who I am today.
Yeah. And how would you describe who you are today?
A fun, caring, energetic, loving, loyal, optimistic, adventurous, just have that ambition, that drive, I don't want to stop. I want to keep going.
Okay.
The way he describes himself makes me sick. He is a suspect. He is now being charged for murder and kidnapping. Are you serious? A loving person? Outgoing person? I mean, it doesn't get any worse than that when it comes to a narcissist. Just saying.
Yeah. Let me go back a little bit to your childhood. Let me go back.
Shannon, exactly. John is definitely doing the gain assessment on Stacey. He is learning every single tiny little piece he can about Stacey, who he is, where he came from, how his childhood was, how he was treated by his parents, how he got along with his siblings, going over his mental disorders. All of these things, like I said, add up to getting to know Stacey Wondra. And by all means, we're not here to go back and look at Stacey's past and go, oh, poor Stacey. Poor Stacey had bipolar disorder. Poor Stacey. He must not have been a very happy boy growing up because his parents passed. No, that is not what I'm here to do. I want to learn about Stacey Wondra. I love this stuff. That's why I'm into true crime. When I'm done doing this kind of stuff, I'm on my TV watching more stuff about true crime. I love watching cold case. I'm obsessed with cold cases. I'm obsessed when it comes to people like John assessing murderers. Like, I want to get to know, I want to get into the mind of killers. Honestly, I am constantly doing something. I love the book by Dr. Gary. He put it out. There is nothing but a bunch of chapters that go over every kind of serial killer and why they are the way they are and why they do what they do. That kind of stuff interests me and has for a very long time. So him assessing Stacey Wondra, to me, is very important to learn. Because let's just face it, if I ever have the chance again, which I probably won't, but I'm just saying, if I ever had the chance again to talk with Stacey, if I learn stuff about him, I might be able to talk to him in a different way, learn more about him, or interview him better. And that, I just, bravo for John. Bravo for John. He's doing an amazing job here.
Back to your relationship with Megan and Miranda, it sounds like it was a little strained.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if this interview, because like I said, I haven't watched it in its entirety. So besides finding slips or anything else, maybe John gets him caught up in some way or whatever, and this can be used in court. Because everything these suspects have done on YouTube, yeah, everything you say and do can be used against you in the court of law. This is going to be able to be used if there's something in it. And who knows if we are actually seeing it in its entirety without anything taken out, because if John and Lauren saw something that they feel like law enforcement really needed, or, hey, we caught that, they may have been, maybe they took it out. I don't know. And give it to law enforcement. Who knows?
Because of all the behavioral issues you were having?
Correct.
Could you tell me a little more about that?
The behavioral issues?
Well, just the group homes. Where it sounds like you were acting out a little bit at times.
I had a lot of self-harm, self-injurious behavior issues. Like I would swallow. I would threaten to swallow staples and just stupid stuff. I was really troubled as a kid. I had a rough time. Not really too much to discuss, honestly. I spent lots of time in different group homes. I think I've been to 4 different group homes, and
Well, so let me rephrase my question. What when you say that your relationship with your 2 sisters, right, was a little I forget the word, a little rough was the term you used.
Yeah.
What was causing that? Why? I mean, if a lot of your behavior.
I see what you're saying. So it was literally because I was taking away from my sisters a lot, because my mom was having to focus so much time with me, and it was taking it away from my sisters.
Yeah.
Like I was saying, my mom sacrificed a lot for me. My sisters sacrificed a lot for me, and I say that in the sense of you know, they just lost out on a lot of attention, you know, a lot of time with mom.
Okay.
And that's what caused a lot of stress.
Gotcha. So if I describe that as a bit of resentment, would that seem to make sense?
Correct.
Okay.
Put on the alley.
And there would be a lot of resentment. You have that many children. You've got Stacey Wondra acting out. Adopted moms having to pay a lot of attention to him, care for him, do things for him. She's doing everything she can to help Stacey. Every way, shape, and form she possibly could. Tammy was a great mother. Just an FYI for all you guys. Out of all these suspects, she straight up was like, Stacey, what happened? He told his mom what happened. Even though he told her he lied, he went back and told her the truth. He told her that Michael died. I mean, and she had let him know prior to all of this, you start doing the right thing, or I'm not talking to you anymore. She stopped giving him money and that kind of stuff while he was in prison. Tammy was an excellent mother. Just want to let you guys know that. I got to stop sharing for just a second because we've got Under the Scars giving a super chat. Can't stay but listening, and just want to say thank you, Samantha, for being an amazing person, doing what true crimers are supposed to do, and with non-bias, carrying truth. Love from Ontario, Canada. Thank you, Under My Scars. I appreciate that so very much. That is just wonderful of you. Thank you for your kindness. Let's dance a little bit. I really do appreciate that very much. Thank you for staying and listening. Make sure to hit the notification bell. Become a subscriber. I am famous, and everybody knows it, for Spur of the Moment Live, so you really want to click that notification bell. Thank you guys for being here. I know we've gone over Stacey's stuff before, but to me, this is like one of the most important interviews Stacey could have ever done. Okay. And I appreciate Hidden True Crime coming in and, letting me cover this. There's a lot of creators that get upset when you go over their stuff. So I really appreciate them for everything they've done in Michael Vaughan's case.
What's that?
My buddy's showing me a picture of a love seat on freebie alerts that's for free, and I was like, man, I could just put that in the alley and go crash.
See, that kind of stuff's just rude. He's interviewing. He is talking to somebody else while he's in an interview. This is supposed to be serious. Stacey Wondra doesn't take anything serious. By all means, is not and does not and has not taken any of his interviews on YouTube seriously. Ugh. I feel bad for John because I know John's probably upset with God. That's rude, but he ain't going to say anything. John's just going to keep doing what he does and, continue to ask questions, get to know him.
Hopefully it's a nice love seat then.
It's definitely been used.
Dr. John and I both started using OneSkin because we were curious about the science behind it. And now we're completely hooked. OneSkin.co.
Did you have any drug or alcohol problems as a child or teenager?
No, I didn't start dabbling. Like, when I say dabbling, I say it lightly because it was light. Like, I would, I've tried meth a couple times, and I've messed with some coke or weed, but I've never.
He's just lying his ass off right here. We all know that they were doing drugs in that house. You know? He gets busted in a hotel doing drugs. He's in Montana doing drugs with Misty Miller. He's doing drugs and has been doing drugs for a long time. And always drinking. Always drinking. Jemima, did Dr. John give his assessment opinion after he spoke to Stacey? I know that Lauren has talked about this interview since they have let it out. I would just have to tell you to go over to their playlist on Michael Vaughan and see if you can find something like that. I don't know. Matter of fact, you're going to make me go look to see if he did, because if he did, and they may not have put it up if he did, because it may have to be used in court if he testifies in court. Who knows? But yeah, if he did, I'd be interested in it to hear what his assessment was. For sure.
Relied on it as a daily ritual, like it was, very, very seldom, very, very, very seldom. And it was like once in a blue moon. And if it was available and it was at a house party or something I was at, and this wasn't until after I was 23.
Okay.
Yeah. After I got out of the group home was when I kind of started falling into those tracks, which I'm out of, you know what I mean? I'm not in those at all.
Right, Lana? One of his probation violations. Thank you for. I'm like, I know. How do I tell people? His parole violations. And there were multiple, like over 15, 16 violations. There were a lot of them for alcohol and meth, drugs, all kinds. There was so much that put him back in prison. This last time he went to prison.
Yeah.
But there's times where I dabbled, but it's not.
I mean, we even went over all of the recordings and stuff when he was telling Kelly, that's here in chat, that, his parole officer caught him and he got busted. He failed a UA.
Never caused any substance problems for me, no.
So you didn't really use drugs or alcohol as a child or teen? It wasn't until you said 23?
Correct.
What about if I asked you about traumatic experiences as a child or teenagers? Do you recall anything along those lines that kind of stand out?
No.
I can name one that kind of stands out. How about the murder of Michael Joseph Vaughan? Stacey, was that traumatizing? Was it traumatizing? I'm by all means not trying to mock John, but yeah. You have to realize this interview is being done and Lauren and John are just, getting him up there, wanting him to talk and everything else. And then we find out later and see the footage of Stacey Wondra talking to law enforcement, telling them where Monkey was buried in their backyard.
Nothing traumatic.
What about any type of bullying or violence?
I was in special ed my whole life. So there was a lot of getting bullied in school and stuff like that. And I got in a lot of fights, but I've been suspended from school, or not expelled. I've never been expelled, but.
He was in special ed going through school and was also playing sports in the Special Olympics, in case you guys didn't know that. His mom talked about it on his Facebook, or on her Facebook.
It was never it was just hard to deal with a lot in school.
Okay.
Getting bullied, but eventually I learned to stick up for myself.
Give me a little more details about some of the bullying. Do you remember
Just people calling me fat fuck and, just teasing me about me being retarded because I'm in special ed and stupid stuff like that.
Okay. And so were they picking fights with you, or were you kind of
Oh, no, they were picking fights with me
okay? Do you remember when that started?
early on. Like,
Thank you, Brandy Rock, for coming in. She is driving, she's listening, and sending a super chat. I really appreciate you very much. Let's take a little dance. Again, we are going over John Matthias, a forensic psychologist interview with Stacey Wondra. Him and Lauren are from Hidden True Crime. Go over, check out their channel. They do so much over there. And they have a playlist for Michael Joseph Vaughan and his case. And we're just going to continue to go over this. I have my hot tea. I have my pen and paper. So far, I haven't done anything but really learn about Stacey's past, but John's just trying to get to know Stacey and everything else. And then later in the interview, he does start talking to Stacey about Michael's abduction. So let's just keep listening and see if there's anything Stacey Wondra spills. That leakage is important.
Elementary school, like middle school, I would say.
And through high school?
Yeah.
On that issue, just quickly, did you graduate from high school? No.
I made it to 11th grade.
Okay. And then what happened there?
I ended up transferring to another group home, and they didn't allow me to continue schooling. They only let me get my GED. And at that point, I just wasn't focused enough to get my GED. I kind of given up.
Okay.
So
you never completed the GED then? You just, like you said, you just kind of gave up?
Correct. When I got older and was in like the Montana Developmental Center in Boulder, Montana, I took the GED test, or I started prepping for it. It's called the Montana High Set, is what it's called, high school equivalency test.
Okay.
I passed 3 of the 5 tests, and it still stands. It never goes away. So if I ever went back to Montana, I could get it.
Okay. So just quickly, how did you get from Montana to Idaho?
I got married.
Okay. Was that to Sarah?
Mm-hmm.
When did you marry her?
April 13th, 2018.
Okay. And help me understand, did she live in Idaho? Is that?
Yeah, she lived with her mom. She was on parole.
Did you see that her being on parole as a problem, or did that?
Stacey and Sarah met. Stacey Wondra was homeless, and Sarah's living with her mom, has a job, and even though had a criminal history and gotten out of prison, was trying to do good with her life, I guess. So to say, at that time, for a very short period of time, and then goes from that to living in a car with Stacey, sneaking him in and out of the window at her mom's house. So when they got together, he wasn't working or nothing. He was homeless.
Honestly, not really. I thought it was love at first sight. So it was, the first time I thought I knew what love was.
Okay. So you really didn't think about, well, first of all, what was she on parole for? Let me ask that. Maybe I should back up a little bit.
Rob 1.
Okay.
And she stole $40 in gas in Oregon. And she had a Cutco knife in her car. And the gas attendant saw it and called the cops and said that she had threatened him with a knife. And which nowadays I could see it happening. Back
Okay.
then, I didn't, but
Say more about that. Would you say that Sarah has some history of violence then?
yeah.
Okay. Is that
Sarah was very abusive towards me.
okay?
Throughout our marriage, I mean, she's been unfaithful to me countless times, cheated on me.
Stacey also was somebody that was cheating and being unfaithful. Just FYI, not the only one.
Usually they say it's the guy that does it to the woman. As far as abuse and everything else goes, it was complete opposite. I cheated on her when she cheated on me. I never initiated the cheating. It was Sarah and I were very toxic for each other down the road in our marriage. There was times where she would punch me, or she would spit on me, or she would kick me, and there was times where she would hold me down on the couch with a butcher knife to my throat. And she at one point held me at gunpoint with a loaded 12-gauge shotgun and held it to my chest. And it's just been that was, I guess, probably the most traumatic thing I've had to deal with.
And we went over Stacey Wondra, how violent she is, her menacing charges in Oregon, how she pulled a GUN out. That's what she is in prison for right now, and threatening to shoot somebody with it. According to Andrew, that was up on Justin's panel, he witnessed her pistol whipping Adrian Lucian in their house. We've heard about her, threatening a pizza delivery guy to shoot him. Sarah is a very violent person, very violent. She has it in her. She has anger issues just like Stacey.
And that would have happened
20
after you married her?
2020.
2020? So most of that occurred in the same year?
Correct.
Okay. That sounds pretty bad. What did you do in those situations?
My stupid ass stuck with her.
Well, did you try to protect yourself at all, or what?
No, I cowered down. I cowered it down because I'm not a wife beater. I'm not a woman hitter. You will never at any point ever find me hitting a woman.
You hear Andrew up on Justin's panel when we interviewed him, talking with him because he knew Sarah and Stacey. He witnessed watching Sarah hit Stacey Wondra very hard in the head. And he said, he was kind of like woozy a little bit, almost unconscious, was coming out of it and everything. He did nothing. He did nothing at all. So the abuse was pretty bad because Stacey Wondra got to the point where he didn't even, get mad or upset about it or confront her with it or anything. Just like he's telling Dr. John here. I'm just saying somebody out there said they saw exactly what Stacey's saying here.
Ever.
Okay.
And I'm a big guy, you know what I mean? I'm capable of doing a lot of damage, as I've done in previous fights with people. And I just knew what my strength was, and I would feel horrible if I hurt her. Yeah.
Feel horrible for hurting her. People in chat are mad. I'm upset because we know what he says he witnessed, or he could have even done himself, if he's lying, to Michael Vaughan.
She's done a lot of wrong to me. She's been abusive and, aggressive and violent towards me, but I know my own strength, and I know if I ever hit her, I would do a significant amount of damage. And I just can't see myself doing that. I'm just not that person.
And I presume that this has something to do with the reason that you're seeking a divorce?
Correct.
Okay. Was Sarah your first significant relationship then?
Kelly K, yes, and Sarah's ex-husband also said that Sarah was abusive to him. Thank you for coming, Kelly.
Second longest. I was engaged for 5 years.
Okay.
From 9th grade until Courtney was my second longest, and she was my first longest. And she and I were together. She was in 8th grade, I was in 9th, and we were together all the way up until 2011.
Okay. What ended that?
I went to group homes and started talking to other women just because I was unhappy. You know what I mean? I wasn't unhappy, but we were so far apart, I was just stupid, and I wanted to dabble. I was young, you know what I mean? And I didn't really take into account a sincere relationship.
Okay. Right. So kind of a first love type situation.
Correct.
And how did she treat you?
Really good. Like, we were amazing together. She was never abusive. She was never mean to me. She would always go out of her way to do things.
Remember, this is somebody that he's with for 5 years, starting at like 9th grade. Who gets engaged in 9th grade? That's young. 9th grade is like, what? 15, 16 years old, 14, 15 years old. You're pretty young in 9th grade. That's just freshman. That's just your start of high school.
She was a paraplegic. She was in a wheelchair.
Okay.
But I believe, if I remember right, the way we met, she approached me. I was walking out of the high school, and I remember she approached me from behind, and she goes, hey, you. And I go, yeah? She goes, and then she introduced herself, and I introduced myself, and we just kind of clicked. We exchanged phone numbers, and went on probably 8 to 10 dates, and then started indulging in a relationship.
Right. Okay. Do you communicate with her at all these days?
No, I don't talk to her.
Did her disability occur?
No, she was born with spina bifida.
Okay. Gotcha.
Which is where you're born with your spine outside of your back.
Okay. What about others? Were those pretty much Sarah and Courtney were pretty much your two significant relationships?
Correct.
Would you say those were your only two significant relationships?
Long lasting. I mean, there's a few, relationships. They weren't really relationships. They're like friends with benefit relationships, you know.
Yeah. Okay. What about talking about medical issues? What about, have you had any? You mentioned the fetal alcohol. Have you had any major medical issues that have affected your life at all?
I mean, I've had 3 eye surgeries, had an appendicitis or an appendectomy.
Okay.
Well, other than that, no. I mean, I've been pretty healthy. You know, I played a lot of sports as a kid. A lot of sports.
Okay.
And I was always into hunting and fishing and loved the outdoors and basketball, baseball, football. I mean, I was an athlete, you know. I loved playing sports.
Did you play sports in like junior high and high school for the school teams at all, or?
Correct.
Okay. What would you consider to be your favorite sport?
Football.
Okay. Did you play for the high school team?
I played. I didn't make it high school football. I tried out, and then I just kind of got over it. Just kind of wasn't into it anymore. But when I played in middle school, I played defensive lineman, nose guard, and kicker.
This would have been in Montana, right?
Correct, Belgrade.
Okay. Staying with the medical issues a little bit, what about, have you had any recent mental health diagnoses at all? I know you mentioned
No.
some from childhood, but what about current?
No.
Nothing?
No.
What about non-diagnosed? What about any mental health issues that you see might be applicable to you, such as, I don't know, like depression or anxiety or that kind of stuff?
I mean, I have depression every now and then, and anxiety sometimes, but that's not what it used to be.
Okay. So tell me, what it used to be much worse?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
When you were a child, when you were
much a kid. Yeah.
Kid. When you think about that, what do you think? What happened? How did it improve for you?
Good night, Maud.
I mean, group homes really helped a lot. You know, I actually became a positive role model and an influence to a lot of the clients there, where they were, reliant on me to, and could count on me to help them through struggles and stresses that they were going through.
Okay. What about, how do you think in general you do with stress, coping with stress?
Significantly amazing.
Okay. What could you talk a little bit more about that?
He does amazing with stress. He always seems like he's so stressed out about everything, gets anxiety about everything. And if you try to talk to him about the truth of anything, he gets so damn self-defensive. He can't even finish his sentences because he gets so pissed. Quite the opposite of, I do very well under stress.
I handle my stress a lot better than most people who have a hard time with stress. I know my biggest coping skill for stress is music.
Okay.
I get up every day and I usually turn my YouTube premium on or my Spotify, and I'll just vibe with music.
Right, Shannon, and then he talks about like being spoken to by law enforcement, that it wasn't his idea. They interrogated him, they bullied him and everything until he broke. Had he been good under stress, he wouldn't have broke. But we know now, according to the affidavit, Stacey Wondra was calling law enforcement to come and talk to him. He wasn't like thrown into a cell, kept there for days. They weren't doing anything. They weren't bullying him, yelling and screaming in his face. I mean, they were not doing all of those things. He wanted to talk to law enforcement because he wanted to make a deal.
It's literally what makes me get through the day.
Okay.
Hi, Glamity.
You mentioned some of your strengths earlier. What do you see as some of your challenges, though? Maybe some of your weaknesses?
I haven't really thought about that, honestly. I try to think positive most of the time.
Okay.
I think a big part of my weakness would probably communication.
Right.
It's hard for me to open up to things, especially going through what I did with Sarah. She kind of shut me down a little bit, like made myself shut down, and it's I've been talking to this one girl that her and I really like each other, and one of the things that we agreed upon is communication with each other, and I told her it's going to be a challenge for me because of the way Sarah treated me, and she's understanding. She knows how to work with it, and she's working on that herself too.
This is someone more recent that you're talking to?
Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha. Did you? I presume that you don't have children, right?
Thank God.
Okay. Was that something you talked about with Sarah?
Yeah, she wanted to have kids, but I couldn't perform I could perform, but I couldn't have kids.
Okay. What I know that's kind of a personal thing. Can you can you elaborate on that? You don't have to, but
I bull rode as a kid. I was stupid and hung out with a group of buddies, and we all went to his dad's ranch, and I was basically dared to hop on a bull, and I did.
Okay.
And I got bucked off the bull, and the bull stomped on my balls pretty much, and crushed my left nut. If you want to be specific.
Okay.
Josh from the lab, as always, he got his nuts crushed by a bull. Can you see Stacey Wondra up on a bull? Up on a bull.
So you're not you have.
I'm infertile, correct?
Yeah. Okay. How do you feel about that now?
I'm thankful to have kids with Sarah.
But what about in general though?
It sucks because I do want a kid, and I wanted a kid, but it's hard because I know that as a felon you can't adopt. So it's been a struggle. But again, there's consequences that I have to live with. It's my choices and nobody else's. I'm the one that did the damage.
Yeah. How old were you when that happened?
High school, so 14, 15.
Okay. Okay. So what, just in general, how do you relate to children?
I absolutely adore children. I have nieces and nephews. I think I have like 21.
Say that again. 21 nieces and nephews. Is that what you said? Okay.
Yeah.
And tell me about your relationships with them.
When I've hung out with them, I've always, they loved me. I've always been that loving uncle. They enjoyed hanging out with me and spending time with me, and they would fall asleep with me, and it was amazing. I have a passion for my family, and kids in general.
Okay. Yeah. What When you say 21 nieces and nephews, I presume you're talking about
all together.
Right, with so Jerry's
between Jerry's kids mostly, yes.
Jerry's kids mostly, okay.
Mm-hmm.
And Jerry's kids would have been a little older, I
Oh,
assume,
yeah.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. So you do well with kids.
Very well.
What quality what quality do you think you have, you possess that allows you to be so close to children?
Honestly, just my heart. My
This whole conversation about him and kids, I'm just sitting here like, really, Stacey? Really? Now you're being charged for the murder and kidnapping of a 5-year-old boy, Michael Vaughan, and he's trying to portray himself as this kind, loving uncle guy who got along well with kids, and maybe he did get along with kids, but even talking to himself as this uncle, his sisters, his family members, they didn't want anything to do with him. They got to the point where they told Tammy, his mom, that if you have him around and if he's around, we're not coming around. None of them wanted to even be around him. I doubt very seriously Stacey Wondra was even around his nieces and nephews. Honestly.
Passion, I guess, how caring I am, how interactive I am.
Okay. Let me shift gears a little bit. I heard you mention in there that you said that you had a felony. Is that related to your recent stay in jail?
I have numerous felonies. I have probably 6 or 7 felonies.
All right. Can you tell me a little bit about those?
Nothing severe. My first felony was my federal felony.
Okay.
And that was in 2019.
Again, I just want to repeat from the beginning of the live, an Amber Alert went out shortly before this live started, and here in Washington State Patrol, 12-year-old Vanessa White and 8-year-old Aubrey White, last seen off West Broadway in Montesano, 6 a.m. with 40-year-old Carolyn in a 2014 black Subaru. If you see them, please call 911. Again, this is an Amber Alert for 12 and 8-year-old girls here in Washington State, Aubrey and Vanessa White. Last seen with a woman, 40 years old, driving a 2014 black Subaru at 6 a.m. this morning off of West Broadway in Montesano, Washington.
What happened there?
A false statement during a firearms transaction. I made a mistake on the background check when I bought my gun, and the ATF picked it up and indicted me. I spent 9 months in federal holding and then got 9 months credit for time served and a year of probation.
Okay. And so that would have been, let's see, 2019. That would have put you in Idaho?
No, Montana.
Oh, you were still in Montana. So you married,
Correct.
but you married Sarah in 2018. You didn't move to Idaho until later?
Correct.
Okay.
I didn't move to Idaho until 2020. So here's how it kind of went down. So I got indicted by.
So he's saying he didn't move to Idaho until 2020, but at the beginning of the live in 2020, he was a travel agent in Las Vegas. Sorry, I gotta write that down because that was kind of Interesting that he says that's when he went to Idaho. Maybe it was later in the year in 2020 or something, but just a detail that I heard. Thank you so much, moderators, for putting up Hidden True Crime. This is John Matthias. He is a criminal psychologist that is talking and interviewing with Stacey Wondra. Yeah, and we're just here to watch, look, learn, and, see if Stacey slips and, just learn about Stacey Wondra. It's important.
The feds in 2019 on my first charge. I did 9 months federal holding, never made it to prison. Got sentenced April 4th, 2019. So I was initially picked up by the feds in 2018, July of 2018. So I was in federal holding from July 2018 all the way until April 4th, 2019.
Okay. What type of, just out of curiosity, what type of a firearm were you purchasing?
Pistol.
Pistol. And what was did you have a purpose for that?
A sidearm for hunting.
Okay. So tell me about that quickly. What you mentioned hunting earlier. I mean, so
I've got brother-in-laws or a brother-in-law that hunts, nephews that hunt. My son-in-law hunts. Hunting is exhausting. You're walking around in the woods for long periods of time. Stacey's been heavy for a very long time. In my personal opinion, do not believe that he's carrying GUNs, having them or whatever for hunting purposes. I don't believe that he's hunting. And he's not even supposed to have a GUN anyway because he's a felon. That's what he went to prison for again.
Hunting is something you enjoy?
Oh, grew up hunting. I still bow hunt. I love bow hunting because that's the only thing I can do.
Okay. When did you start hunting?
Oh, young. Probably. I took hunter safety when I was 12.
Okay. And just tell me a little bit more about that. Were there specific hunts you were going on, or what were you hunting?
Elk, deer, birds. I mean,
okay. Mostly in Montana.
Montana.
Okay. So you have the federal charge in 2019. It's a felony, obviously, that sticks, right? And then you said you had 5 or 6 others charges?
Yeah. So throughout the time of moving to Idaho, Idaho. So after 2020, I acquired 6 other felonies. I think it was about 6. But writing a bad check or negotiating a bad check, writing checks to places knowing I didn't have the funds in the account.
Okay.
And then, so I got felonies for those. I did 2 or 3 of them. I have a theft, a Class C theft from Walmart. I think that one actually turned out to be a misdemeanor. So maybe I only have 4 or 5 felonies, but I can send you the screenshots of my background check that I did through Uber about a month ago so you can see them.
Okay. Yeah, Lauren's not on here anymore, but I was going to say, if you can shoot those, can you text her those or something?
You want me to do it right now, or do you want me to wait?
No. Whatever. Just later's fine.
Oh, I got you. Okay.
It's not that critical.
Yeah.
There's no.
That's fine.
I have no reason to verify your.
Yeah, you know, good. I don't have a problem disclosing it. It's all public record anyway. So.
Yeah. Right. So mostly financial crimes, fraud.
Yeah, correct.
And some of those were felonies, some were misdemeanors.
2 were misdemeanors. The rest were. The other one was, I think, a felony. And then I have the 2 Fed charges. So
Was the latest charge? The latest charge was some firearm.
that was
Man, he goes through his charges like, it's nothing. You know, I got 5, 6 felonies. I got this, I got that. He just nonchalantly talks about all of his criminal history like it is not a bad thing. We're talking a repeat offender, felony, a felon with GUNs all the time, but a repeat offender. That's exactly why he gets that 4th charge here recently.
the federal charge.
Okay, and tell me about that.
I sold I mean, you would have thought I would have learned after becoming a felon not to have guns, but I've always been intrigued by guns.
Okay.
I'm just a gun person.
Why?
You know?
What's intrigued you about guns?
I just love guns. I don't know. I love shooting.
Did you hear, John? Why? He's all of a sudden super interested. Why do you like guns so much? He wants to know why you... I am wondering during this if he's going to ever ask Stacey about animals, how he got along with animals, if he ever hurt animals, because we know that a lot of serial killers, a lot of killers out there harm animals during their childhood. So I'm wondering if that will ever be asked.
I love shooting things. The gun I sold was a 17 caliber HMR. It's a
I love shooting things. That kind of almost even answers my questions. I'm not putting anything on hunters. Like I said, family members growing up have hunted my entire life. Nothing against them, but he loves to hunt. Does he love to hunt because he loves to kill? Does he love to hunt because he loves to kill animals? Is it about the food or is it about the kill?
22 caliber necked down to a 17. Velocity is like 3,500 feet per second out the muzzle. It's accurate up to like 200 yards, 300 yards at tops. I don't know. I had that. I had a Creedmoor, 6.5 Creedmoor. I've had an AR-15. I've had like 2 different 17 HMRs. Had an odd 6, 30 6. Yeah, just different guns, you know. I've always been a gun person, 22s. But
were those, so I assume most of those were pre-felony?
Correct. Except for like the 17s and the 6.5 Creedmoors and the AR-15. I mean, those are after felony, but there's a website that I use where you can buy guns without doing background checks. It's like a classified website.
Okay. And do you have any guns now then?
Oh, hell no. I would never fuck with a gun at the beginning of the day of my life.
Okay. So tell me about the latest felony you had. Was some violation.
Felon in possession of a firearm.
Okay. And what year was that?
2023.
Okay. And you were obviously convicted. You said that you were never put in prison though. You were just held in jail.
Correct. Federal holding.
And okay. What was your sentence on that?
21 months with 18 months credit for time served and 3 years supervised release.
Okay. So you're just starting your supervised release now or fairly recently?
In November 6th.
Okay. What are your, besides not owning firearms, what are some of the
And he goes back to jail. It was like right before Christmas. So just a couple months after this, well, a month, a little over a month after this interview, he's back in jail. He does go to federal prison. He goes to the prison up here in Washington, and then go to the SeaTac prison, and then he goes down to California and stays in Fresno, California, federal penitentiary. So he ends up in prison for all of this, and again, that is for all of his parole violations. Multiple. I was saying over 15, but I actually think there were over 20 parole violations. And then he served his time for that, got out October 30th, and was immediately taken by Maricopa County Sheriff's Office, served a warrant, a federal fugitive warrant, kept until he was extradited back here to Idaho to serve charges on first-degree murder and second-degree kidnapping for Michael Joseph Vaughan.
conditions of your parole?
No alcohol, no drug use, no associating with known felons. Other than that, I mean, it's super laid back. I mean, I could travel anywhere in the whole state of Idaho without getting permission from the probation officer. Whereas, like, if you're on state probation, you can only travel within your jurisdiction that you live. So
Okay.
Ada County is a jurisdiction. Canyon County is a jurisdiction. Federal holding, you have a jurisdiction, but you're not bound to stay in that jurisdiction if you want to travel. If you want to leave out of state, then you have to get permission from your PO. But you can literally travel anywhere in the whole state of Idaho at any time, or the state that you reside in, without getting permission.
So you can go, in other words, like you said, you can go across county lines.
Correct.
Okay. And where are you now? Are you
Ada County?
So are you in Fruitland still, or
no?
Boise.
Else?
I'm sorry,
Boise.
Boise. Okay, gotcha. And I think you mentioned the other day that you are
staying at a shelter.
What's that?
Staying at a shelter.
Shelter. So not like a halfway house. Shelter, homeless shelter.
Correct.
Okay. On that issue, what is there? Are there some stipulations about employment in your conditions? Yeah.
Yeah, there is, but my PO's understanding, because I've literally been red flagged from employment. I've been red flagged from hotels.
Okay. Why have you been red flagged?
Because of the accusations that have been made against me. The allegations.
Okay. Well, let's dig into that a little bit.
Here it goes.
Here it goes. Yeah.
Blast off.
Do you feel like,
Shannon, I'll send you the information if you want to, but there is a federal prison in Fresno, California that he served. It's actually even posted in the Michael Vaughan Facebook group if you want to check it out.
do you feel like you've provided a decent understanding? I feel like I know you a lot better from just asking you some questions about your history. And do you feel like that you've given us a good picture, or
absolutely
are there some things I've missed here that you want to tell us about yourself before we?
Nope.
Okay. Yeah, well, so I don't know. I'll let you take the lead here. Just tell me about this whole situation.
So you start with the questions. I'll just answer.
I think the easiest place to start would be with the date of Michael's disappearance on July 27th, 2021. So Michael goes missing presumably late afternoon, early evening.
Mhm.
I presume that, you know, I know you've talked about this some other places, but I presume people have asked you about a timeline. Could you
Mhm.
maybe reiterate some of that or talk about that?
Yeah, so I mean, July 27th is it's a normal day for us, you know. We owned a taxi company. I still own the taxi company.
Okay.
Just a normal day, you know, got up, you know, did our morning routine, breakfast, showered, you know, coffee. It's your average normal routine in the morning. And I know Adrian wanted to go see his son or daughter, I believe, that lived in Nampert or Boise. I don't remember exactly. So Sarah and Brandon had taken Adrian approximately 11, I want to say, in the morning, and took him to his location. We went to Ross, did some shopping for Adrian. I think it was Ross, because he wanted
So
to get
just
his
let
kitchen
me
clean.
just stop you for a second. So just to clarify that Sarah and yourself, obviously you're married, you're living together, but Brandon and Adrian are also at this point
staying with us at the time.
They're staying with you in your house. So
Yeah.
explain that to me. Like, why are they living with you guys?
So Sarah and I have known Brandon since 2020.
Question for everybody that is here tonight. Thank you guys all for coming in. Callie, thank you for joining us. We're just getting to the part where John Matthias is talking to Stacey Wondra about about July 27th, 2021. We've already been here for a couple of hours. I'm willing to stay if everybody else is willing to stay. So give me a thumbs up if you guys want to stay and listen to the rest of this, or if you guys would like me to go over the rest of this on Thursday. Let me know, please. We've got 145 people in here, so I want to see a lot of thumbs up or thumbs down if you don't. I won't be going live tomorrow, so I'm spending time with my grandbabies. So if we do go over the rest of this, we're going over it. I'm seeing a lot of thumbs up. Keep playing. I'm glad you guys want to keep going because I want to keep going. Now we are getting to the goodies, right? So let's keep moving forward. Let's finish this and listen to how Stacey Wondra describes the day that Michael Joseph Vaughan was abducted. And, you know, a lot of these suspects says, oh, it was just a normal day. I'm sorry, but even if you didn't harm a child, it's not a normal day if you're living in a neighborhood and a 5-year-old little boy comes up missing. It's just not. So let's take a listen. And look at John. He's like sitting up. He's getting prepared. He's ready to take care of business.
I met Brandon before Sarah met Brandon. I met Brandon doing a moving job, I believe, through Labor Dave's. Labor Dave is a independent contractor out of Boise, which to my knowledge, I heard he deceased, but I'm not 100% sure on that. His name was David Fears.
Okay.
Labor Dave is no longer with us. He did pass away. I have been able to confirm that. And Brandon Shirtliff has also said that is how. No, that isn't true. I was going to say he agrees with Stacey on the Labor Day, but now I remember Brandon's actually said 2 ways that he has met Stacey Wondra. One of them was through Labor Day, and at another time, Brandon Shirtliff says that they met through Craigslist. So that's interesting.
That's how I met Brandon. And then after I met Brandon, we kind of stayed in contact, after the job. And, Sarah and I were staying in a hotel in June when I got out of prison in 2020. I got out May 4th, 2020, and we stayed at a hotel in Boise pending Sarah's parents' house in Fruitland, the one we were living in, waiting for it to become vacant because previous tenants were moving out. So we stayed in a hotel for a month that our parents paid for. We stayed at the Airport Inn in Boise.
I'm just going to have to say, I recently just talked to somebody that told me that Sarah and Stacey were moving into her mom's house spring. Did he just say 2020? Is that what he said? 2020? Okay, I'm going to have to go back and listen later, but yeah, something about them just moving into that house shortly before Michael Vaughan's abducted. Now I gotta look. Never mind. Sorry, guys.
And Brandon had come and visit us quite a bit at the Airport Inn and hung out with us and went swimming with us and stuff like that. And then that's how we met Brandon. And so Brandon came into our life and, was kind of down and out and looking for a place to kind of chill and hang out. And one night turned into the, helping him out with a place to stay, then turned into the next night, and then ended up, just pretty much being like an on and off person that stayed at our house. Sarah and I were very firm believers in helping people.
Okay.
We'd love to help people out. We're just Christian based. Always believed in giving the.
We love to help people out and have people come to our house and do our taxi runs for us and take advantage of them and make money and do the rugs and get in trouble and beat people up with GUNs. And yeah, we love helping people. Holding signs to get money for gas because, they have all these businesses and everything else, and yet they're broke all the time. And they say that they love helping people, but they're picking people up off of the streets and bringing them to their house to live with them. And in my personal opinion, none of the people that they brought back to their house wasn't someone that they couldn't either control, take advantage of, or something to that kind of effect, because I don't think they did anything for anybody for free or give anybody a free ride. They wanted to take advantage of and take anything they could from vulnerable people, homeless people, trashy people, drug addicts, alcohol, you name it. It was a flop house.
Put it off our back to help somebody. And so that's how Brandon came about. And then Adrian came about from a taxi ride that he called our line and wanted a taxi ride, claimed he was living behind a dumpster in Caldwell and all this.
And there's so much going on with Adrian Lucian. Stacey said that he came in the spring. Then he said it was a month prior, 2 weeks prior, 1 week prior. Brandon said the same thing. It was a week. It was a month. I don't know. I can't remember. We've heard that it was behind a dumpster that Sarah picked him up from. We have heard from Brandon that she picked him up from the airport. We've also heard from friends of Brandon's that he mentioned Sarah and Adrian knowing each other on an app. We've also heard that because Brandon's also said they met each other through Craigslist. So was it an app or Craigslist? Was there a Craigslist app? And that Adrian saw Adrian himself said he saw a Craigslist ad and they were looking for roommates, so he hit them up to come move in. There's so many stories that go along or around how did Adrian come to the house.
Other nonsense or whatever. I don't know what's the truth or what's not the truth.
And he's the one being accused of having the bright idea, having this horrible idea, not bright idea, this horrible idea of taking money and selling Michael, taking a kid, according to the affidavit, taking Michael Vaughan to sell him for a $10,000 profit.
But gave Sarah a sob story because I didn't pick him up. Sarah did. And this is way before Michael went missing, by the way, like early July. And Adrian gave Sarah that sob story about living behind a dumpster or whatnot, and said he was looking for a place to live for a little bit at the time being, that he had unemployment income from New York, is what he said. Okay. And I were like, okay, because he was like, I'll pay you guys like $250 a week. I'm like, okay, you know. And so
$250 a week, that's like $1,000, and then a month that has 5 weeks, that's $1,250 for a room. He's saying that Adrian, and then he's saying it's unemployment benefits. We've heard him call it other benefits. What was it? It was benefits from work, from hurting himself at work. But again, different story Stacey Wondra is giving to John here from Hidden True Crime.
Sarah called me and was like, how do you feel about this? And at that time, you know, I told Sarah, I was like, I don't really think it's going to be a good idea because, you know, we don't really have the finances to help. You know what I mean? To support somebody, like, he really has to be serious about paying his way. And it was just it was a shit show pretty much.
Did Adrian, so Adrian moves in after you meet him on the taxi ride, early July 2021. Does
Correct.
he pay you rent or not?
It became a hassle. So he said he was getting paid like that next week. Ended up being a situation where his money didn't come through or some shit like that.
Workman's comp. That was the thing that he told Brandy up on panel. Unemployment. And then later on he changes his story to workman's comp. And what jobs did Adrian have? Answer me that.
And he's like, well, I'll get you guys double next week. And then so next week he only paid half of what he was supposed to pay on the double. And it just became a progressive issue, which is why we kicked him out in August. Or like late July or August. I don't remember exactly, but you know, that's how Adrian came about. You know, he was initially just a taxi ride.
See, and I don't think that it's easy at all for Fruitland to verify whether or not he came in on a plane, because Adrian didn't even want to give up his identity in the probable cause affidavit. So did he take a plane with his real name? And they don't even know when. Well, I don't know if they know, but apparently they haven't known or been able to pinpoint Adrian Lucian's exact time of when he came. So how can they check to find out when Adrian Lucian flew into Idaho? He uses fake names, fake addresses, fake everything all the time.
I didn't, you know, needed a place to live. And I was opposed to it, but Sarah convinced me and was like, let's just try to help him. I was like, fine.
And why did you guys kick him out? And so he was only with you for a couple months?
Correct.
And why did you end up kicking him out so soon?
He just became a problem. He was problematic, a lot of drama, and Sarah was doing things behind my back with him sexually. And I found out.
So was he saying that? Did John just say some? I gotta rewind. Hold on. So here is it saying Adrian was there for a couple months, because Stacey has said that before.
And why did you guys kick him out? And so he was only with you for a couple months?
Correct.
And why did
you needed a place to live? And I was opposed to it, but Sarah convinced me and was like, let's just try to help him. I was like, fine.
And why did you guys kick him out? And so he was only with you for a couple months?
Correct.
And why did you end up kicking him out so soon?
He just became a problem. He was problematic, a lot of drama, and Sarah was doing things behind my back with him sexually. And I found out about it, and it became a significant issue,
So again, he is saying a couple months. He said 1 week, a couple weeks, a month. So he's saying 2 months here. You go back from July, that's May he comes. We're hearing from other people here recently that Justin and I interviewed that he came, Adrian came in the spring. It seems like he says more that Adrian came in the spring than he does say it was a week prior, a few weeks, a month. Adrian's timeline is something that really interests me, so I always talk about it when I hear any of them talking about Adrian's timeline.
Okay. So were you the one who kicked him out then?
No, Sarah did.
Sarah did?
Yeah.
Even though I think you just kind of said that she was being unfaithful to you with him.
Yeah. No, I pretty much told Sarah that he needed to go.
Okay.
So Sarah went and told him he had to go.
Okay. So
I initiated it. Yeah.
Okay. I was trying to understand that. So you wanted him out, but for whatever reasons, you couldn't tell him directly.
It's just hard for me, I'm not mean like that, but I just couldn't. I didn't have it in me, So I told Sarah she needed to get rid of him.
Okay. So she's the one who went in and actually had to tell him and
Correct.
To leave.
Correct.
And how did was he okay with that? Did he leave?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. All right. So, well, thanks for helping me understand why or how Brandon and Adrian landed in your home.
Mm-hmm.
And the home, by the way, just to clarify, so the home belonged to Sarah's parents?
Correct.
They're the owners of the home. Do they still own that home?
Yes.
Is somebody living there now?
No, they're talking about renting it out again.
Okay. So let's go back to the 27th. So you said you woke up kind of a normal day. Sarah and Brandon are going to take Adrian to visit his son in, did you say Nampa?
Nampa or Boise, yeah.
And so, like, what time are we talking about with that?
About 11 o'clock, if I recall.
So do they leave then at 11 a.m. and go do that?
Correct.
Okay, so they go with Adrian to Nampa. That presumably leaves you alone at the house at 11.
Correct.
So keep walking me through it.
So Sarah calls me about an hour or so later, says that there's a taxi ride that needs to go from Ontario to Boise. I was like, okay, I can do that. So I got ready and shoes and socks and everything like that,
And all of this is lies, because we know Stacey Wondra is not seen at the splash pad a little after 1. He's seen at like 3:15, according to the affidavit. Sarah states in the affidavit that her and Stacey slept in till noon, and then that is, changed, and then Sarah says something else because, they show them CCTV camera about things that they did that day. They're busted in their lies. So his whole time here is off.
got an Alexis that we had, and about 1 o'clock it took off.
Okay. So that would have been roughly 1-ish, one in the afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
How long does that taxi ride take?
It takes about 60 minutes to get from Fruitland to Boise.
So you're back roughly by 3:30-ish?
No, I hung out in Boise with Labor Day, but I went and stopped at his house for probably, I would say, 20 or 30 minutes maybe. And then made it back, or drove back to Ontario. Went to, I think I had to go pick up another taxi call that wanted to go to A&W in Ontario. So I took them, went to Ontario, and mind you, I
just want to share something with you guys really quick. Hold on. He's saying an hour to go from Fruitland to Ontario. Okay? That's a big, big negative. You want to see how exaggerated he is? 9 minutes. 9 minutes from Fruitland, Idaho to Ontario. He said an hour. He said a friggin' hour. It's the lies. Yeah, there's just no way. There's just no way. An hour? It doesn't take an hour. 9 minutes, Stacey. 9 minutes. Sorry, I went over and looked at it while they were still talking, and I'm like, wait, I'm going to just show everybody because no.
I have timestamps from me going to the A&W in Ontario. Just so you
right, yeah, I'm sure.
There's no timestamps of him being at A&W in Ontario. Justin got a hold of things that were in Stacey Wondra's phone. They were able to prove that he was not at the A&W in Ontario. He was actually at the A&W near Brandy's work over there while he was sitting at a skate park for a couple of hours or so. Another kid park later in the day after he's seen on CCTV footage stopping by the splash pad. He in no way, shape, or form was at that A&W in Ontario.
Have you been interviewed by the police yet?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay, so obviously they're gonna look at
Everything, yeah.
Damn. So the taxi call is roughly 3:30ish until like what, 4?
Say about 4:30 or maybe I would say probably 4:30 or 5 in that time zone. Got back, Sarah and Brandon and
Shannon, maybe you're right. Maybe he was saying like the trip from Idaho to Ontario and then the airport was an hour long, because I do know that it's like a 40-minute, 45-minute drive from Ontario to the airport. So if he was putting that whole time frame together, yes, that would be about an hour.
Adrian had stayed in Boise. He stayed the night.
Okay.
With his baby mama. And so it was just Sarah and Brandon at the house. I got home.
He's saying it was just Sarah and Brandon, that Adrian wasn't there at the house that night. He comes up on my panel with Brandy, and I had a conversation with Stacey before Brandy joined us and got him to talk about Adrian Lucien being there at the house that night. He admitted it to me, and it's also now in the probable cause affidavit because Adrian Lucien took a selfie of himself in the bathroom at their house. And it also says in the probable cause affidavit that Adrian Lucien, Sarah, Brandon, and Stacey were all in the neighborhood when Michael was abducted.
They were just hanging out on their phones, just doing their thing. And Sarah told me that Brandon wanted to go pick up his car from Cuna and needed it. We had to tow it because he blew the spark plugs out of the cylinders.
Okay. So wait, this is Brandon's car wasn't working?
Correct.
So where was his car?
Cuna.
Okay. That's in the Boise? Where is that?
It's about 48 minutes from Fruitland.
Okay. So by my calculations, this would put us around 5 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
And you and Sarah and Brandon are going to go get his car?
Correct.
So you get in your vehicle to do that?
Yeah. So, yeah. We went and I grabbed the tow strap from the garage because we didn't have a trailer, so I had to tow it. Keep in mind, we had to tow it with a strap.
Okay.
So went to we got everything ready. Brandon, got all of his clothes ready, and because he had a bunch of clothes, dirty clothes, and so he got his clothes ready, put them in his duffel bag, and
So here he is mentioning that Brandon grabbed his duffel bag. He's also saying that Brandon grabbed his clothes. Brandon, when I had him on my panel, told me he wasn't there and he wasn't washing clothes. But of course, Stacey Wondra said that he went in, he put his clothes in, they only washed, they didn't stay for them to dry, and that Brandon also changed his clothes while he was there at his mom's house. And that the reason that the duffel bag was even brought was because he had to put his clothes in the duffel bag. Stacey Wondra at one point even says that he watched Brandon put his clothes inside the bag. And according to this affidavit, everybody, huge trigger warning here. According to this affidavit, Stacey says he witnesses Brandon handing the duffel bag to Sarah, Sarah getting Michael, and Adrian Lucien holding the duffel bag open now and putting Michael into the duffel bag after Sarah Wondra has put duct tape on him. And then goes in even more details about Michael moving around and making sounds and everything else like a child would do when they're terrified. and he's nonchalantly talking about the duffel bag like it doesn't mean a damn thing here.
We went through the garage and I threw the tow strap in the back of the truck, and then we took off. We stopped outside the subdivision on the Southwest 8th and about Arizona Street a little bit before, pulled off and then mind you, Sarah's driving, Brandon's in the back seat behind me, and I'm in the passenger side.
Okay.
Brandon's behind me, he says. But in this affidavit, CCTV saw them pulling out of the neighborhood, and Brandon, shirtless, was in the passenger seat behind Sarah. And also here, he's trying to reflect from the fact that they pulled over on 8th in Arizona. Now it's on 8th, but, before you get to Arizona. We know exactly where they pulled over on 8th in Arizona. It's got like a little dirt place to pull over. And he's said it multiple times. But we have to remember, this is towards the end of Stacey Wondra's YouTube shit show. And now he's really, trying to deflect himself from things that he knows people are busting him on even more.
I'm a big guy, so it's hard for me to drive all the time. It was hard for me to drive for a lot all the time. So, and Sarah was a good driver, so I just let her do it.
Okay.
Callie, according to the probable cause affidavit, Stacey Wondra is seen at the splash pad at 3:15 p.m. So he ends up in Payette at the skate park. And to go eat A&W, he also picked up a prescription from Albertsons there next to, or at, where Brandy was working at the time. So I'm assuming at 3:30, I'm not exactly positive right now how long of a drive it is from there to Payette, but he is probably driving or already preparing himself to either eat, get the prescription, or sitting at that skate park by, 3:30.
So we stopped, and I needed to put power steering fluid in the truck because it was whining super bad, and it was a known issue. You know what I mean? I hadn't put this. That was the first time we used that truck that day. But usually every day we have to fill it up, and so.
Wait, say that again. Every day you had to put power steering fluid in it?
Correct.
Every day?
Correct.
Was there a leak in the...
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
And it takes 11 minutes to get from Fruitland to Payette. I just looked. So 11 minutes to get to Payette. So if he left from the splash pad and went directly to Payette, which I'm pretty sure he did, according to the information that was in Stacey Wondra's phone that he let Justin look at, then yeah, he's probably somewhere in Payette, either the AM, PM picking up the prescription or sitting at the park.
So here, quick question. So I'm going to play devil's advocate here for a second, okay? Right? Because knowing that, wouldn't you put the power steering fluid in before you left for the trip? You're saying you had to stop.
Yeah, we did stop because it wasn't so. When you start the truck, it didn't make the noise right away. The truck had to warm up a little bit. But as we left out of the neighborhood or out of our subdivision is when we noticed, when we made the left turn outside the neighborhood is when we noticed it was really bad. I was like, hey, Sarah, let's stop and let me top off the power steering fluid. It wasn't empty.
But if they know that they have to put the power steering fluid in every single day, and they know they're about to go all the way to Cuna, which is over a 40-minute drive, wouldn't you just assume that you needed the power steering fluid and put it in before you go on a long trip? He's just making up excuses. The probable cause affidavit tells us that the reason why, according to Stacey, that they pulled over on 8th in Arizona was so that Brandon Shirtless himself shirtless, I said, shirtless, could get out of the car or the truck and check on Michael to see if he was okay, because Stacey was hearing him cry in the duffel bag. And Brandon Shirtliff up on my panel puts himself out of the truck and walking around to the back of the truck. And he says he got the power steering and then helped Stacey put the power steering fluid in. There was no power steering. They pulled over to check on Michael.
But it was low enough to where it was causing it to whine. And I'd known I'm a mechanic, you know what I mean? So I know, I know when something needs something. And
okay,
that was why we didn't fill it up before we left, because it just wasn't it didn't.
I just looked up on a mess, Anna, and Payette is 5.5 miles. Here, let me just share my screen real quick. Takes 11 minutes to get from Fruitland to Payette, and it's 5.5 miles away. All right. Let's continue going through.
And act like it needed it.
Okay.
But
so even though you knew, again, like I'm thinking of what I would do in your scenario. Like okay, so my car's older and it eats a ton of oil, right? So I know like every month I have to put in a couple quarts of oil, otherwise my engine's gonna blow up. So but I don't stop to do that. I'll do that, at home in the driveway. Like knowing that.
And honestly, just to sure you're aware too, I think it might have been more of like I just didn't think to put it in before we left.
Okay.
I don't think it was that I was avoiding the issue, because I usually always kept everything topped off. You know what I mean? And I think it was more so like I just forgot to top it off. And again, you can't really tell that it needs something, it needed fluid until like made the whining noise, and it didn't do that until after it heated up.
Okay, so you hear the whining noise, you stop the truck.
Does that at all make sense to anybody else? It doesn't start making the whining noise until it gets warmed up. So you're trying to tell me that the truck gets warmed up going, 4 blocks? Your truck is not warmed up yet. Unless they sat there, started it, and let it warm up. I've had power steering issues with cars. I love cars. I love working on cars and everything, and know a lot about cars. And I am telling you, your truck is going to make more noise when you are moving your steering wheel around when you first start your car, when your truck or car is cold, than it does when it is hot, when it comes to power steering fluid. That is a fact.
I'm just guessing on the time here. You can correct me, but you're stopping around, maybe, is it like 5:30-ish at this point?
I think we left the house more so like 6.
Okay. So you're stopping the truck at 6:15-ish?
Correct.
Okay, and you're stopping somewhere outside of your neighborhood a little bit, I assume. And how long does it take you to put the fluid in?
10, 20 seconds, 30 seconds, maybe a minute.
Okay, but I mean, you have to stop. You have to put the hood up, right? I don't know.
Oh, yeah. All together, I mean, I'd say maybe 5 minutes.
5.
30 seconds. Come on, give me a break. You want to know why he's... Let's listen to this again. Let's just back up. Are you
5
serious?
minutes.
Yeah.
What? And so,
Said maybe 5 minutes.
and you're stopping somewhere outside of your neighborhood a little bit, I
Correct.
assume. And how long does it take you to put the fluid in?
10, 20 seconds.
10, 20 seconds. How long does it take Brandon Shirtliff to jump out of the truck real quick, look in the tailgate of the truck, check to see, you know, if Michael's still moving, alive, or whatever he was doing, and then hop back in the truck? 10 to 20 seconds. That's how long. And that's why Stacey Wondra... I have to write this time down. This time is at... Hold on, you guys. 1:26:03. 1:26:03. Stacey says it takes 10 to 20 seconds. That is leaked information right there. That is definitely a huge leak of information, because it is true. It's not going to take him very long to just, for Brandon to hop out of the truck and check on Monkey and get back in. There's no power steering fluid going on here. You think they're really going to pull over to the side of the road? Stacey and Brandon are both going to get out of the truck and lift open the hood, get power steering, fill it up and everything else while Michael was in the bed of their truck? When people are starting to realize that Michael is missing, because he comes up missing and they look for Michael for a little while, and then they call 911 at 7:21. They're leaving the neighborhood at 7:08, between 6:40 and 7:10 when he came up missing. But you're going to tell me they're pulling off of the side of the road with poor Michael Vaughan in a duffel bag, making noises for 5 minutes? Come on now.
30
Absolutely
seconds,
not.
maybe a minute.
Okay, but I mean, you have to stop. You have to put the hood up, right? I don't know.
Oh, yeah. Oh, all together, I mean, I'd say maybe 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Yeah.
What? And so,
Yes, Kelly, exactly too. Stacey Wondra says in one of his interviews that he heard a woman calling for a kid. So when they're pulling over on the side of the road, who was out there calling for a child? Who was out there hollering for Monkey? Somebody was out there. Stacey Wondra mentions it. It could be a lie from Stacey, but at that moment, they were out looking for Monkey. People were out hollering and looking for him.
I mean, I don't know the exact timelines here in terms of, you know, when Michael's leaving his home or goes missing or anything. I have no idea. I know it's afternoonish, but you stop. Do you notice anything at that point?
Not at that point. I mean, I had Sarah pop the hood.
Okay.
Got out of the truck, passenger side, walked around, open the latch on the hood, put the hood up, popped the power steering cap off, poured some fluid in it. I noticed there was a kid playing further down the road. Excuse me, sorry. But it wasn't Michael. I can tell that on.
In all of his interviews, we've talked about this several times before. He describes this kid as being a girl, being a boy, being Hispanic, being white, playing in a yard, playing on the sidewalk when there is no sidewalk in the area where he said he saw a sidewalk, hearing a woman call out a kid, going way down 8th, or the child was way down 8th, 5, 6, 7 houses down. Then this child is 6 years old, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, years old. So this child is described every age, every, boy, girl, playing with something, not playing with something. And then when he gets up on Dolly Vision actually got Stacey Wondra to admit that the child that he saw was playing in the yard across the street from the field right there on 8th and Arizona. It's like between 9th and 10th of Arizona. And it's one of the only interviews where you really hear, and this is the area where we believe Michael Vaughan was abducted from. And I mean, Dolly Vision got him to say that specific spot.
100%. Yeah, this kid was definitely older, probably 9, 10 years old, dark hair. He looked more like, excuse my language, more like a Mexican or like, Hispanic. He just wasn't Michael's description at all.
How old was this boy that you saw, would you guess?
I'd say probably 8, 9, 10 years old. Definitely older, like more physique. You know what I mean? Like when more filled in, more defined.
Did you on that issue, did you know some of the kids in the neighborhood?
No.
You didn't know
No.
any of the kids in the neighborhood?
No, we didn't hang out with it.
Well, I mean, you might see them or drive by them.
We saw them. Yeah, we see kids, but we never personally know. On a personal level, no. We never. Sarah and I didn't really hang out with a lot of the neighbors. We kind of stayed to ourselves. There wasn't like we didn't even. When Michael Vaughan went missing, we didn't even know who Michael Vaughan was. Never heard the name. Didn't know never know that name existed. Like. Didn't even know who he was, didn't know his family, nothing. Never even been down the street that he lived on.
Okay. And so when did you learn that Michael Vaughan went missing, by the way?
When we got back into the neighborhood.
That night?
Yes.
Okay. How did you learn that he was missing? That seems pretty quick.
Well, no, we learned it because we got back into the neighborhood later on that night, like 10:30, 11 o'clock. Maybe 11:15. I don't know. Got back and noticed that the whole neighborhood was swarmed with people.
Okay.
And I told Sarah to stop, and we stopped. Brandon was steering his car behind us, and Sarah and I were in the truck, and we stopped and rolled down our window and asked what was going on. They said a little boy has disappeared.
Okay.
And we were shocked. We're like, never even heard of this happening. I mean, out of the years the year and a half we lived in our house, none of this has ever happened. Never heard of it. And so it was a shock to us, like we're like, this is weird. This is supposed to be a secure neighborhood, Gotcha.
Right. Well, okay. So let's go back to your, okay. Well, let me ask you that. I got to ask you this before I continue with this, but, when you were leaving, assuming that I don't know the timelines here, but when you're leaving around 6 or whatever, and you stop around 6:15 or 6:20 for the steering fluid, did you happen to see any suspicious vehicles, or
no?
Did you happen to see any suspicious people in the neighborhood?
Not at all.
Okay. You just saw.
But in the probable cause affidavit, Stacey Wondra says that he sees a vehicle. So again, and we know it's going to keep happening, Stacey is not telling the truth.
This one younger boy.
Yeah, nothing was nothing was weird about it. Like, he just looked like a boy who was just playing in the neighborhood.
Do you remember? I know you were trying to, get your fluid in and move on, but I mean.
Yes, Amy's Brownies, that is correct. They left the neighborhood at 7:08 p.m. And Brandon Shirtliff was walking around the neighborhood the same time Michael Vaughan was, between 6 and 6:30. And then they left and went to Cuna to go tow his truck back, and they were coming back into the neighborhood between 11 and 11:30.
It seems like this could be an important moment. Did you notice anything about the boy? Do you remember what he was playing with? What he was wearing? Anything like that?
I know we had like a couple toys, but it was in the yard. You know what I mean? There was nothing. There was nothing weird about it. Like, it just seemed like a normal neighborhood boy, and no different from any other day that we drove or left our neighborhood. You know, I mean, there's people all over.
Was he sitting down? Was he walking? What
No,
do you remember?
He was standing up in the yard.
Standing up?
Mm-hmm.
Was he walking somewhere?
No, he was just standing around in the yard.
Okay, like by himself, I guess.
I if I recall right, yeah. I mean, he was. I mean, inside a residence.
What happened under your scars? Stacey Wondra lies. That is what happened. Thank you for going back and listening to that, because I was like, what, did he say 2020 or 2021?
Area, you know what I mean? Like, it was on the. I assumed would have been.
I gotta rewind you guys.
Sarah and I were in the truck, and we stopped and rolled down our window and asked what was going on. They said a little boy has disappeared.
Okay.
And we were shocked. We're like, never even heard of this happening. I mean, out of the years the year and a half we lived in our house, none of this has ever happened. Never heard of it. And so it was a shock to us, like we're like, this is weird. This is supposed to be a secure neighborhood, Gotcha.
Right. Well, okay. So let's go back to your, okay. Well, let me ask you that. I got to ask you this before I continue with this, but, when you were leaving, assuming that I don't know the timelines here, but when you're leaving around 6 or whatever, and you stop around 6:15 or 6:20 for the steering fluid, did you have?
Again, he's seen on CCTV leaving with Brandon and Sarah at 7:08 p.m. So he has given John the wrong timeline here.
Happen to see any suspicious vehicles, or
no?
Did you happen to see any suspicious people in the neighborhood?
Not at all.
Okay, you just saw this one younger boy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, nothing was nothing was weird about it. Like, he just looked like a boy who was just playing in the neighborhood.
Do you remember? I know you were trying to get your fluid in and move on, but I mean, it seems like this could be an important moment. Did you notice anything about the boy? Do you remember what he was playing with? What he was wearing? Anything like that?
I know we had like a couple toys, but it was in the yard. You know what I mean? There was nothing. There was nothing weird about it. Like, it just seemed like a normal neighborhood boy, and no different from any other day that we drove or left our neighborhood. I mean, there's people all over.
Was he sitting down? Was he walking? What
No,
do you remember?
He was standing up in the yard.
Standing up?
Mm-hmm.
Was he walking somewhere?
No, he was just standing around in the yard.
Okay, like by himself, I guess.
I if I recall right, yeah. I mean, he was. I mean, inside a residential area. You know what I mean? Like, his own. I assumed would have been his own home.
Did you guys just hear him stutter, stutter, stutter over and over and over again as he's describing that this isn't Michael Vaughan to a forensic psychologist? He is nervous as hell talking about Michael to John. Nervous.
Was he? Do you remember where was he in relationship to Michael Vaughan's house? Do you remember by any chance?
Complete opposite side, like.
But yet Stacey Wondra said over and over and over again, I didn't even know where Michael lived. We were never even on 9th Street. Complete opposite side of the road.
Whole nother street.
Okay.
He was on 8th Street. Michael's house was on 9th Street, which you literally have to drive like 500 feet to the next street. You know what I mean? And I don't know where Michael's house is. Like I said, I've never been on that street.
I don't know where Michael's house is, but I just told you it's on 9th Street, and the kid that I saw was on the total opposite side of where Michael Vaughan lived. I don't know where Michael lives. Sorry, taking notes. John's got him all kinds of flustered.
Yeah, maybe I don't understand your neighborhood well, but so you, prior to learning he was missing, you didn't know who he was, and you'd never ever been on that street before.
Correct.
Okay.
Hey, and a question for you. Can we was wondering if we could end this about 9, if that's okay?
Yeah, let's see. I think your time difference, like 30 minutes?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. I just wanted to ask you.
Yeah.
My phone's got like 20% and I don't have a way to charge my phone, so.
Sure. Yeah, that's fine. Let's shoot for your time difference is throwing me off, but we'll shoot for, let's say 30 minutes if that works.
Yep, that's good with me. Is that good?
So, okay, so you changed this.
Is that good? He looks over. Somebody's sitting in the car with him. Somebody is sitting in the car with him. I'm just wondering who's sitting in the car with him.
Steering fluid. It's roughly 6:15, 6:20-ish. You drive off with Sarah and Brandon to get the truck.
Get the car.
I'm sorry, the car. What time do you think it is roughly when you exit town?
I don't know. I don't remember. I'd say probably maybe 6:45, 6:50.
Okay. And then
not 7:08. Not 7:08 p.m. when CCTV sees us.
and then you drive to you said it's like 40 plus minutes.
Correct.
So you get to the location of Brandon's car around 7:30-ish.
Yeah, 7:40, 7:30-ish, yeah.
Okay. And then you tow the car. Well, you must have spent some time there. And then you return to the neighborhood around
10:30, 11 o'clock.
Okay. So you get the car, you spend some time there, I guess.
Yeah.
And then before
Brandon washed his laundry at his mom's house.
Okay.
Because he didn't have any clean clothes at our house. Not that we didn't have a washer and dryer, but Brandon was very weird in a lot of ways. He liked to do things the way he liked, just like he liked to drink his water at his house more than he drank our water at our house. But he drinks so much water at our house, so I don't even know. That's why I said his stories don't match up. But
Brandon's stories don't match up, Stacey says. But does Stacey Wondra's stories add up? Negative. Do Sarah's add up? No. Does Adrian's add up? Nope.
He just ended up doing a load of laundry at his house and then went back. We'll cover this, touch it, but long story short, he went back the following day with Sarah so he could dry his clothes. But the night in question when we towed his vehicle back, he had brought in fresh clothes with him.
Okay. And did he repair his
are fresh clothes that need to be washed. And he just said something about picking up clean clothes. Hold on.
Vehicle before the
his mom's house.
Okay.
Because he didn't have any clean clothes at our house. Not that we didn't have a washer and dryer, but Brandon was very weird in a lot of ways. He liked to do things the way he liked, just like he liked to drink his water at his house more than he drank our water at our house. But he drinks so much water at our house, so I don't even.
He likes to drink more water at his mom's house than he does our house, but he drinks so much water at our house. What? And he washes clothes at his mom's house, even though there's a washer and dryer at their own house, where Brandon is living, going to drive all the way to Cuna to wash his clothes. Why wouldn't he just wash his clothes there at the Wondras?
No.
This is all a deflection from the fact that he's trying to create an alibi for all of them of why they went to Cuna. Because Brandon was going to put in his laundry and they were going to take Brandon's car back home and tow it back to Fruitland. Sarah had a friggin' washing company, washing clothes for frig's sakes. Just doesn't make sense.
That's why I said his stories don't match up. But he just ended up doing a load of laundry at his house and then went back. We'll cover this, touch it. But long story short, he went back the following day with Sarah so he could dry it.
And he went back the following day with Sarah so that they could dry the clothes that they washed the night Michael Vaughan was abducted. And according to the probable cause affidavit, Brandon, Sarah, and Adrian. Here, he's not talking about Adrian. Why? In the affidavit, he mentions Adrian. They go back to the house, according to the affidavit, all three of them, Brandon, Sarah, and Adrian, to get Michael's body and bring it back to Fruitland. And then he says Adrian and Sarah buried him in their backyard while Brandon stood and was the lookout to make sure nobody was coming.
His clothes. But the night in question when we towed his vehicle back, he had brought fresh clothes with him.
Okay, and did he repair his vehicle before the next morning or before the night?
And I'm sitting here thinking, but he had brought fresh clothes with him. Fresh clothes is clean clothes to me. And Stacey Wondra at one time said that they got there and Brandon put clothes in the wash to wash them and changed his clothes. And in the affidavit, it says that Stacey says Brandon picked up a backpack and the duffel bag with Michael in it, took it into the house, and put Michael in the spare room. So did Brandon's backpack have fresh clothes in it so he could change his clothes? Just like Adrian Lucien, while they're gone, is taking a shower, taking a selfie of himself in the bathroom to probably wash off any evidence or anything else that's on him. Is that why Brandon's wanting to change his clothes when he gets over there? Is it just me, or does it sound like maybe Brandon really changed his clothes once they got over to Cuna? Theorizing here. Just theorizing here. But Stacey does say in the affidavit that he had a backpack and a duffel bag and took it into the house.
Next day?
Oh, no, it wasn't even it wasn't something that was going to happen overnight. Not at all. I mean, I literally was going to help him fix his car, and then I realized how much pain in the ass it was going to be because I would have had to go rethread all of the holes, all of the cylinder holes where the spark plugs were because he blew them out.
Okay.
Yes, from the sounds of it, Beverly, he's making it sound like there's 2 trips to Cuna so Brandon can, when they get there, the night that Michael Vaughan's abducted, put his clothes in the wash, get the car and tow it back, and then the next morning go over and put the clothes in the dryer. all alibi. They've got to have reasons why they are going to and from Brandon's mom's house. The real reason is Michael. The laundry is the deflection.
Okay. So so tell me what you guys, you get his car back. What do you guys do that night? You get back around 10:30ish, 10:45, I think you said.
Yes.
It's actually closer to 11:30 according to the affidavit.
What happens that evening and the next morning?
So I was unloading. I was on after we stopped and found out that a little boy went disappeared.
Okay. Somebody in chat that was in chat at the channel Hidden True Crime, and my admin, beautiful Sarah, sends this to me last night that at 1 hour and 36 minutes 43 seconds right here, Stacey Wondra almost slips and says murder. We got back into the neighborhood and we found out that a little kid was and then says kidnap. So take a listen to a huge slip here. You know what, you guys, I should have put on like closed captions so very long ago. And I'm sorry that I didn't. Hold on. And why can't I now? Now I can't even. It's not. Oh, here it is. I gotta hear the I have to see the words now because of what he says here. I'm sorry, you guys, that I didn't put on the closed captions. I usually do that when we're going over videos because I like to see the words and what exactly Stacey Wondra is saying.
Car back. What do you guys do that night? You get back around 10:30ish, 10:45.
He's going to say, we came back in the neighborhood and we found out that a little boy was, I can't remember what he says, but he says, he goes like he's going to say murdered. We found out a little boy was murdered. Or, yeah, listen.
I think you said.
Yes.
What happens that evening and the next morning?
So I was unloading. I was on after we stopped and found out that a little boy went disappeared.
His lips do the. Let me just go back a little bit. Stopped and found out that a little boy got or went disappeared. That a little boy got, he almost said murder, or went disappeared. Watch his lips.
.30ish, 10:45, I think you said.
Yes.
What happens that evening and the next morning?
So I was unloading. I was on after we stopped and found out that a little boy
There's his lips. That a little boy got, and then his mouth closes up like he's gonna say murdered.
Or went disappeared. We drove back.
Or went disappeared. He doesn't even make sense.
Finished driving back to our house. And we went to Brandon and Sarah went and looked for Michael to help look for him. And then I was at home detaching the car from the truck because we were taking up the length of the street.
Okay. So you were, Sarah and Brandon were out and about in the neighborhood trying to maybe locate Michael, and you were at home by yourself?
Correct.
And when did they get back? Do you remember?
Why does it have to go to the word murder? It could have been missing, because Stacey Wondra murdered Michael, because Sarah Wondra, because they're all involved in Michael Vaughan's abduction and murder. So the assumption obviously is going to be the word murder and not missing. And then he stops and doesn't even make sense and says went disappeared.
Probably, I want to say 12:30ish in the morning.
Oh, so
They were out for a chunk of time, yeah.
They spent a couple of hours?
Yeah. They went out looking for him.
Okay. And what were you doing during that time? Do you remember?
I think I went and passed out. Honestly, after I got the truck and done and stuff like that, if I recall right, I probably fell asleep. I was pretty exhausted. But I know when Sarah came home and Brandon came home, and I asked if they were able to help find anything, and they said no.
Okay.
Yes, that is correct, Kelly. It won't work during the live, but you can use the closed caption on the replay.
Okay, and then what about, so you passed out, you went to sleep somewhere in there. What about the next morning? What do you guys do the next morning? Do you remember?
I think I just stayed home waiting for taxi calls. Sarah took Brandon to his house to go finish his laundry. And then they came back a few hours later.
Exactly. Zane Lilly, thank you for coming in. He said the little boy got, you don't say got missing. Yeah, got murdered was what he was about to say. It is a huge, huge mistake. And he caught himself.
Just carried on their daily routine.
Okay. Yeah, what time did they leave to go back to Brandon's house?
Early morning, probably 9 or 10.
Okay. Again, I have to ask, did you see anything, or Sarah or Brandon, did they see anything suspicious in the neighborhood or
no
unusual?
Not at all.
Okay. So I have to ask you about this because it's, because I think it's really important, but I want you to help me understand it actually. So there was an article when Sarah was arrested and she was charged with the felony, the failure to report a death. She made some statements to the police in the probable cause statement. And it's a little confusing to me. So I thought I would just ask you about it because it seems really important. But, Sarah says, she tells the police, quote, "I never murdered anyone."
Exactly, Melissa. Dr. John does not believe a word he's saying. Not a word.
She says these are direct quotes about what Sarah said. Quote,
"The Most Highest God told me that."
Yeah. The Most High God already told me who did it. Then she told the police, quote, "Oh, wow, the Most High God just told me that Stacey was the one who killed him and buried him in the yard of the neighbor's house." What's going on there?
Sarah's completely psycho.
Okay.
I don't even know where I was in jail, so I don't even know where she got such a thing. It makes no sense at all. She goes off on tangents.
Okay.
I literally think that she was living in a demonic state of mind.
Living in a demonic state of mind. Are you guys hearing anything strange in your headphones or listening? But I'm just wondering, is it fuzzy? Is it just my end or what?
I can tell, like I told everybody here, like I don't even know anything about this little boy or anything of him or his family or anything.
Okay.
I know I would not ever do something like this in my existence on Earth. Like I can't. I don't even have a heart to.
Something's going on with my headphones, and if you guys can hear that, perfect, because he is kind of messed up to me. Hold on a second, you guys. Okay. Let me see if that sounds better.
To get in a fight with somebody and hurt them.
So Sarah basically points the finger at you, but I think what
I'm gonna go out and then just go right back in. Okay, as Mama was saying, she's not hearing anything. Maybe it's my headphones. I hope not. Jeez. Because it's crackling and not coming in clearly. So I'm just going out and back in, and hopefully it will fix it.
what maybe troubled me the most about this article is that you had also told police, you had given police a tip that Michael was buried somewhere in the yard. So it seemed like you kind of.
I stand corrected. This was done. Well, he did give the tip in earlier, but they haven't seen the footage. Okay, so Hidden True Crime knew that Stacey had given a tip, but the footage hadn't came out. Okay.
Corroborated Sarah's story. Tell me about that.
No, so at that time.
And John is just saying that what Stacey said corroborates the story of Sarah Wondra, stating that Michael Vaughan was buried in the backyard because the Almighty God told her Stacey Wondra put Michael or buried Michael in the backyard. And the same thing that Stacey Wondra tells police is that, according to the affidavit, he wants to make a deal. He calls them in and tells them Michael Vaughan is buried in his backyard, hoping that he can make some kind of deal with police. But when police go there, they excavate the yard and everything. Michael Vaughan is not in the yard. He had been moved to an unknown location, but there was evidence to prove that Michael had once been buried in the Wandra's yard.
I was being interrogated by the police, the detectives, and everybody else. And I had told them at least they did probably 4 interviews with me, 5 interviews. And each and every one of those interviews, I literally told them, I do not have any information for you. I don't know what happened to this little boy. And I don't even know who this person is or his family or anything.
He is just stuttering. He's not making sense. I don't even know who this person is or his family or anything, yet he knows exactly who Michael Vaughan is. It's described in this affidavit, everything. And let's just get straight to the point here. If Stacey Wondra didn't have knowledge of Michael Vaughan's abduction and seeing him or having involvement in actually doing the deed of unaliving Michael, then why does he write Brandy and the Vaughan family a letter and then try to commit the SUA, he tried to off himself, and Washington County saved him. Does a person that is not guilty do that? To me, you write a letter to the parents apologizing for what you've done, and then you're going to try to do that to yourself? I mean, there's truth in what he said. It's not a false confession. He was confessing what happened. He had told his mom that Michael was dead, that Sarah did it. There's knowledge, there's involvement, no matter who did it, and he felt so bad for it that he didn't even want to be alive anymore.
I had known nothing of him.
At that time, he felt bad. Because if Stacey Wondra really, really, really felt bad now, he would talk even more or give up more details about information if he had them.
And keep in mind with my disabilities and stuff, like part of, and I'm just telling you how it works with somebody with fetal alcohol syndrome.
Okay.
But when somebody gets interrogated to the point of to so much pressure, when somebody gets with fetal alcohol syndrome gets put in an extensive amount of pressure,
okay,
their automatic response is to respond with something to get them off their back, to get them off their case.
Okay.
So I made up that fable saying he was buried in the backyard, knowing damn well there was nobody ever buried in the backyard. But I made it that because
he was not interrogated to the point that he broke. He wasn't. He contacted law enforcement himself. He wanted to tell them to make a deal. This is all lies and lies.
I wanted to get them off my back.
So
I was tired of being.
Yeah.
I was in so much pressure and like literally tears.
Okay.
Because I didn't have anything to give them, and they were like, "Oh, you know something? Tell us what you know." I don't fucking know anything. I don't have the funniest clue what you guys are referring to.
Okay.
And so that's when I came up with that fable and told him he was buried in the backyard. And I specifically, now keep in mind, they kept pointing out the shed. I never told him he was buried by the shed. I said, if you walk out the back door of the backyard, you walk straight towards the middle of the fence, he's right in the middle of the backyard. They specifically dug in that spot and found nothing. I knew they wouldn't.
Okay.
Because there was no boy ever buried in that yard.
So just so I'm clear, when you make these points.
Right, he is. He's so defensive here, so self-defensive, while he's trying to explain how this was a false tip. He doesn't even want to be talking about it. He's already lied, said it was a false tip. Yeah, then later on, the leaked footage comes out. We see him willingly giving up the information, FaceTiming with Chris Madonna, and he is cool as a cucumber. He even laughs and jokes about where Michael Vaughan is in the backyard. 5 cadaver dogs have already hit in the backyard. He is cool as a cucumber, acting like he's just talking to a friend on the phone. Nobody was harassing him during that entire interview or confession or whatever you want to call it.
Just so I'm clear, and just so we can dismiss that you're involved in this at all. Would you be willing to say that I don't know what the police have looked at? I don't know if they've gone through your house. I'm not sure what they've done, but would it be fair to say that there would be no trace evidence whatsoever of Michael Vaughan in your yard, in your house?
Absolutely.
On your porch, anywhere around your property at all, there should not be any trace evidence or evidence that Michael Vaughan was ever at your residence. Would that be
Correct.
inaccurate?
Correct.
Could you confirm that, please?
Absolutely, I confirm that.
Okay, thank you. So, when you say that the police pressure was really intense, I guess I understand what you're saying about like the fetal alcohol for sure. It's got to be difficult. But I had asked you earlier about how you cope with stress, and you said that you were really good with coping with stress. So you contradict. Addicted yourself a little there. Could you just explain that then?
Like I said, my biggest key essential to coping with stress is music.
Okay.
I didn't have that opportunity to listen to music in jail.
Okay.
So when you're in jail, you have to find alternative ways to cope with things because you're confined in a space. And so I did not have the same coping skills that I used on the outs as that I could use in jail. And so it was very hard for me. Normally I'm very good at, like I said, coping with being under pressure, being under stressful situations, but when you're in jail, it's a whole nother ballgame. You don't have resources or alternative to to help you relieve stress other than deep breaths. And being interrogated the way I was, music wasn't an option. Taking deep breaths wasn't an option. As much as I did use deep breaths, it just wasn't. It wasn't sufficient.
What about I'm referring to this article that talks about the probable cause. Sarah, initially she said God told her what happened, and then she switched it to you told her.
Mm-hmm.
So it seems like she's making kind of a direct disclosure that you told her that you
No,
know.
you're misinterpreting the probable cause. God told her, the Most Highest God told her what happened, and then she said that God told her that I did it.
Okay.
It never said that I told her, because I would never be okay with something like this. And if I ever knew anything about this, I would never hold back. I would be the first person to throw them under the bus. Anybody that I suspected being a part of it, or even a hint of it, I would be the first person to report it.
Well, on that issue, so she also said, she kind of implied that I'll read what she said. So she quote she said instead, so I guess at the end of this, it appears that she seemed to believe that you knew, but it's not clear. And then she says that, quote, Adrian had been the one that had done it, and he was scared to tell anyone. Tell me about, so she actually, in the end, I guess she points the finger at Adrian. What's your take on that?
Again, Sarah's inconsistent with any of her statements. First, It was God that told her. Then she tried to say that I told her, which I never did. And then
Okay.
she said that God told.
Sorry, you guys, I muted myself to cough and then I never unmuted myself. I was just, yeah, pretty much saying the same thing that John's saying here. I mean, Stacey Wondra can come up with any story. He has a low IQ, but here he is, creating the stories as he's getting caught by John. He can come up with anything right off of the top of his head.
That I did it.
Okay.
And then she said that Adrian did it. So, I mean, you really think about it. I mean, what would your perspective be on it?
Sins and secrets. Stacey Wondra asked for a court-appointed attorney when he had his arraignment and was given one.
You know what I mean? Like, there's no consistency with her stories. None.
Yeah.
How do you go from saying one thing, then move to a next? Then, oh, well, this really happened. This is who did it. And then goes from that to Adrian. Like, there's a reason the police aren't taking her statement seriously. And if they are, it's beyond me, but
Yeah.
and I'll never know. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like I have access to that. You know what I mean? I don't want to. Like, I know I didn't play a part in this at all, or have any knowledge, or have any hint of knowledge.
What about Adrian? Could there be any accuracy? Could he have known something about this?
So at the time of meeting him, I wouldn't have thought so. When I got interrogated by the police, they told me that Adrian had a history of human trafficking.
The police tell Stacey Wondra that Adrian has a history of human trafficking. Stacey's mentioning human trafficking. He's talked about it before, but he also says that the first night that Adrian showed up, him and Sarah were talking about apps to scam money out of people and even creating something of like ladies of the night stuff. Brandy herself asked Stacey, like, this app kind of sounds like something like a little human traffic or whatever, and totally bust Stacey. But apparently law enforcement is going to tell him while they're interviewing him that Adrian Lucien is into human trafficking. I don't believe that the police said that, but why does Stacey Wondra keep saying Adrian Lucien has a human trafficking history? Why? And now we're hearing in the probable cause affidavit that according to Stacey, it was Adrian's idea to take a kid, to kidnap them and sell them to make $10,000.
Okay.
Now, mind you, apparently to some of the other YouTubers that have done background checks on him, they say they can't find any information saying that he has that history. Again, I'm just going off of secondhand knowledge from what the detectives told me.
Okay.
So if that is true, then I wouldn't put it past him. I just don't see how it's even possible because he wasn't even home that day. So that doesn't make any sense. So that's why I say I don't think he would have any part in it. It just nothing clicks with it.
Wasn't he? Well, I know the
time of meeting him, I wouldn't have thought so. When I got interrogated by the police, they told me that Adrian had a history of human trafficking.
Okay.
Now, mind you, apparently to some of the other YouTubers that have done background checks on him, they say they can't find any information saying that he has that history. Again, I'm just going off.
You can't find any of that history off of Adrian. The only kind of trafficking you're going to find is the math, the drug, the math. And it does say that he was trafficking it. Quite a bit of it.
of secondhand knowledge from what the detectives told me.
Okay.
So if that is true, then I wouldn't put it past him. I just don't see how it's even possible because he wasn't even home that day. So that doesn't make.
But Adrian was home that day. We know he was home that night. He even talked to John earlier about Adrian being home that day because Sarah and Brandon had to drive Adrian to Nampa so that he could visit his son while eating at Applebee's. And then they all came back home. And that's even in the affidavit. And they know Adrian, Sarah, and Brandon came into the neighborhood in the blue Toyota and left the neighborhood for 45 minutes and then came back to the neighborhood in the evening time. And 24 minutes later, Brandon Shirtliff is out walking around the neighborhood at the same time that Michael Vaughan has wandered away from the house.
Make any sense. So that's why I say I don't think he would have any part in it. It just nothing clicks with it.
Wasn't he? Well, I know the three. So he would have been home for some of the day, right?
No, they left that morning, remember, to go take him to go see his kids. He stayed overnight in Boise or Nampa to go spend the night with his kid and his mom, his baby mom.
Right. So
that is not what he said on my panel. He first says he wasn't there, and then I told him we know that Adrian was there at the house that night. And then he says, oh, yeah, you're right. He was at the house that night.
Okay.
He never came home that day.
I wasn't clear if he came back. So he
he never came home that day. He stayed out that whole day and night.
Okay. I mean, but I don't know. I'm just think outside the box here a little bit. Is it feasible that he could have had some involvement without you knowing? I don't know.
I don't think so. Not if you're 40 to 60 miles away. You're in that time frame. What's he gonna do? Like fly a magic school bus? Like,
no, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that perhaps he knew that Michael was in the neighborhood or had seen him around, or he could. I don't know how he could have planned it. I'm just saying.
I don't think so.
You don't think Adrian
had any of it?
But he's so matter of fact at knowing that Adrian could have nothing to do with it. Adrian didn't have anything to do with it. Nope. Adrian couldn't. Nope. How is he so matter of fact of knowing whether or not Adrian had any involvement if he has no involvement? If he didn't have knowledge of it, he couldn't be 100% sure that Adrian didn't have involvement.
No.
So did he know Michael?
No.
Okay. Did Brandon know Michael?
No.
Okay. Well, I mean, those were some of my big questions. You said at the beginning of this that you kind of wanted to put your thoughts together based on my questions. Does anything occur to you now that have you had a chance to kind of formulate more of your thoughts since we've been talking?
No. Like I said, my story is the same story as you'll hear on any of the other interviews. Like, I ain't got nothing. You know what I mean?
It's the same stories as the other stories that I gave. First of all, he says the word stories, and that's what it is. It's just a bunch of different stories. And they're definitely not the same. And there were a couple of times that I saw John, he would start to say something and then stop and then start to say something and then stop. His mind's going a million miles an hour. He probably could have sat with Stacey and asked him 1,000 more questions, but Stacey put him on a time limit. Can we be done with this interview in like 30 minutes? So that really kind of sucks because you can just see the reels turning in John's head here. He just, Yeah, he wishes he could just keep asking him questions.
I don't have anything to do with this, would never want anything to do with something like this, and would be the first to give away any firsthand knowledge or hints that I was able to pick up. Like I would literally probably, I won't say kill, but I would allegedly hurt somebody really bad if I ever found out they did something like that to a little boy and I knew about it. I'm not okay with this at all. And I want justice to be served. And I want Michael to come home. I want his family to be at peace. I cry nightly.
Why does Stacey Wondra cry nightly? If he tried it all, if you're not guilty of doing something, why would you cry about a missing boy? About an abducted boy in your neighborhood that came up missing every night, as he makes it sound like.
Hoping this little boy comes home for his family. I can't even imagine or fathom what they're going through.
Yeah, it's horrible.
It's the most devastating thing I've heard in my life.
Yeah. So just from being in that neighborhood, have you thought about possible scenarios, or, I mean, have you thought about what could have happened? Any ideas on that? I don't know.
No, I don't. I mean, when you think of a little boy going missing, I mean, you think of 1,000 things, but I mean, nothing different than any other normal person would think of, I mean, how could it happen? When could it happen? What vehicle were they in? What time did this happen? How was it thought of? How was it planned? Just the general thought process of what would go through your mind.
Yeah.
And it's appalling,
He was sure able to lay out all of those questions really fast. How was it planned? How did it happen? How was he taken? What vehicle was he in? All of the questions that that law enforcement is asking him, having to do with Michael's abduction and murder. All the questions that law enforcement's asking him.
Like, it's sad. Very sad. I'm devastated. I hurt deeply for this family. So deeply.
Yeah. I agree. I think we all do. Any further thoughts on Michael? Do you think there's still a possibility that he might be alive?
Many could only pray and hope. And I do that every day.
Many could only pray and hope. Even though he almost says got murdered when he was talking about coming back into the neighborhood. Even though he knows what happened to Michael and all of the information he's given law enforcement. Many people could only hope.
Okay. Any further thoughts? Any questions for me or further thoughts?
Just want to say thank you very much. And thank your wife too. Like, you guys are amazing people, and I know what you guys are doing and just trying to let me get my story out there and to try to find peace for that family. And I want the same thing.
Yeah.
I hate seeing the hurt. I can't even imagine what that family's going through. And if I could give them the world, I would. If I could give them my life, I would.
Well, thank you for taking the time to join us.
If I could give them my life, I would. And he's already tried to unalive himself. I don't know if that's what he was referring to. But then he gets up on my panel with Brandy and then acts like a complete monster and treats her like crap. And here he's trying to sound like he has all kinds of sympathy and empathy for the family and what they're going through and everything else, but treats the mother of an abducted and murdered child like crap, like the worst of the worst. No, it was the hardest thing I've ever done in my entire life. Watching him treat Brandy the way he did up here on my panel. No, he is a monster.
Us, you know, it's really important to us and our channel to hear from as many people and voices as we can get on here and different perspectives. And so we're grateful that you could join us and tell your story and let us learn a little bit about yourself and to hear your side of it.
Absolutely. And you know what, if you guys want to do this again tomorrow, you know what I mean? I mean, I'm willing to do some more talking with you guys, you know, like.
Yeah. Well, tomorrow typically is our normal
off day,
our normal show, but
Yeah.
let's think about things and let it sink in, and we'll just go from there. But how's your phone holding up? I think we're near our 30-minute limit here.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's dying.
Okay.
It's dying.
All right. Well, thanks for joining us, and I think we're going to end just in time here before your phone dies. So
thank you guys.
Have a good night and take care, and we'll be in touch.
John did an amazing interview with Stacey. Thank you, Hidden True Crime, for that amazing interview. And yeah, just thank you for coming in and saying hi too. Some creators do not like it when you hide their stuff. I just really appreciate you coming in and saying hi. Yeah. So many lies. We expected it. We expected all the lies, Stacey. We knew you weren't going to come on any channel and tell the truth. I mean, and Lauren and John, when they talked after they found out that Stacey Wondra had been charged, I'm not going to say they were completely shocked, because John looks like he's pretty much figured Stacey Wondra out during that interview. So thank you guys for coming in. Thank you guys for going over this with me. We've been here 4 hours and you guys are amazing. Just looking through chat real quick. So many of you guys came and stayed for such a long time. I really appreciate that. The Vaughan family, appreciate you being here, for supporting Monkey, supporting Michael. Monkey and Michael, I said them both. See, my brain don't work. I need to eat food. Sustenance. I need it. Michael Joseph Vaughan was kidnapped in Fruitland, Idaho. The 4 named suspects: Stacey Wondra, Sarah Wondra, Adrian Lucien, and Brandon Shurtleff. Stacey Wondra has been charged, was arraigned yesterday in Payette County yesterday in Idaho after being extradited from Arizona, facing charges of first-degree murder and second-degree kidnapping. Sarah Wondra is currently in prison on unrelated charges. Brandon Shurtleff is in jail in Canyon County. The only one walking around is Adrian Lucien. If you guys see him, ask him where Michael is. If you see him, tell him to go talk to Fruitland. If you see him, take a picture, tell us all where he is. We want to know. And if you have a tip about Michael's abduction, heard anything, seen anything, please call law enforcement 208-642-6006 or email findmichael@fruitland.org. I won't be back tomorrow night. I'm going to go spend the day with my grandkids, go have dinner with my grandkids. It's our Wednesday family day. Play some games with them. Take a little bit of a mental rest from talking about Monkey's case, and just enjoy all of the hugs and kisses from my own grandbabies. I really need it. Take some time out for yourself. Pray for the Vaughan family and continue to love one another. Stay kind, smile, and just, have a good Wednesday. Do something for yourself tomorrow. I'm going to have the greatest time tomorrow. I can't wait to see my grandbabies. Thank you guys all so much for coming in. Thanks, moderators, for being here. I really appreciate you guys. I will be back on Thursday. We're going to go over bits and pieces again of the affidavit. Thank you guys all for coming in.